Good morning, councillors and ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first virtual meeting of the Lifelong Learning Committee on 26th of August. This is my first meeting being chaired online, so we'll see how we all go. And Audrey has talked you through all the way to proceed. Can I remind members and officers to mute their microphones throughout the meeting unless you're speaking, just to reduce any feedback noise. And today's meeting is being streamed live, and welcome anybody watching online, and also will be recorded and available to view on the YouTube channel via the council's website after the meeting. Can I ask if there's any apologies for today's meeting?
Convener, there are apologies from Mrs. Pat Giles and Mrs. Audrey Macaulay.
Thank you. And I don't believe there's any substitutions for the meeting today. Can I ask Linda Brown if she'll take a roll call of all those attending today's meeting, please?
Good morning, everyone. When I call out your name, can you indicate whether you're present or not? Councillor Henry Anderson.
Present.
Councillor Kathleen Baird.
Present.
Mr. Jack Bell.
Present.
Mr. Andy Charlton.
Present.
Councillor John Duff.
Present.
Mr. Martin Gowrie.
Present.
Councillor Angus Forbes.
Present.
Councillor Xander McDade.
Present.
Mr. Dean McBride. Mr. Dean McBride. Mr. McBride. I think Mr. McBride is here. Right, we'll move on to the next. Ms. Teresa Moran. Audrey, is Miss Moran here?
She hasn't phoned in yet, but she was planning to join by phone.
Right. Right. Okay. Councillor Tom McEwen.
Present.
Councillor Beth Pover.
Present.
Councillor Callum Purvis.
Present.
Councillor John Rebick.
Present.
Councillor Crawford Reid.
Present.
Councillor Fiona Sarwar.
Present.
Councillor Caroline Shires.
Present.
Councillor Lewis Simpson.
Present.
Mrs. Carolyn Weston.
Present.
Sorry, Mrs. Carolyn Weston.
Present.
Thank you. Right, convener, that is the list of who is currently in attendance.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can I ask if there's any declarations of interest in respect of the business on today's agenda? If you do, can you put DI in the chat box? None. Okay, so that takes us on to the minutes of the previous meeting, which all seems like a very long time ago now. So can we agree the minute of the meeting of the Lifelong Learning Committee of 22nd of January 2020?
Agreed.
Agreed.
And can we note, thank you, can we note the meeting of the Executive Subcommittee of the Lifelong Learning Committee of 27th of January 2020?
Agreed.
Agreed.
And going even further back into the mist of the past now, can we note the minute of the meeting of the Joint Negotiating Committee for Teaching Staff of the 3rd of December 2019?
Noted.
Agreed.
Thank you. That takes us on to item 4 on the agenda, which is an update on activities undertaken under COVID-19 arrangements. Before I invite the Executive Director to give a verbal update, I'd like to make a few comments, and I very much hope I'm making them on behalf of all elected members. I'd like to thank all Education and Children's Services staff for their frankly heroic efforts since the 23rd of March when the country went into lockdown, a period unlike anything that we've ever experienced before. Their efforts to support children, young people and families, and especially those who are among our most vulnerable, has been greatly appreciated. I'd like to give a wee example which is very personal to me with my own family experience, and that has been the support for young people at the transition points, either into nursery into primary 1, primary 7 into S1, or those in S4 to S6 who faced huge levels of upheaval from that which they had prepared for, and especially for those with additional support needs. We saw creativity, energy and compassion from our staff in helping those children and young people, and we'd just like to say a thank you as a small way of indicating our appreciation for their efforts. I'd now like to ask the Executive Director for a verbal update. Thanks, Sheena.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you for those very kind words in your introduction, and we'll ensure that we pass those on to all staff across the service. I know that that will be appreciated. Members of committee, I have been asked to provide just a very short update and overview in relation to the kind of work that continued during the initial lockdown and since, as we have continued to provide services to children, young people and families across Perth and Kinross. This is not an exhaustive list, but rather just gives an indication of the type of activity that has been undertaken. And following on from that, I will provide a short update in relation to the situation around SQA results in Perth and Kinross, and also bring you up to date following the most recent announcement just yesterday in relation to a change and modification to the school's guidance concerning the wearing of face coverings in school. In relation to the update that I provide around SQA, then I would be offering to bring a fuller paper to our next committee that outlines the process that has been followed from start to finish in Perth and Kinross and nationally, the outcomes across the piece in Perth and Kinross and how that relates to the national picture, and also in that report provide an update in relation to the live consultations that are underway that concern the process that has been followed this year, and also the consultation on what the exam diet for this actual school session might be. So to go back to the activities undertaken under COVID arrangements, almost all aspects of education and children's services continued as essential services, and without exception, staff responded positively and were flexible in terms of how they delivered those services. We provided learning and teaching through online learning and digital technologies. There were direct payments made to families in lieu of free school meals. Essential support for children and young people with care and protection needs, where there were greater numbers and complexity of those needs becoming evident throughout the period. Supervised contact between parents and children. The sustained support and accommodation for young people at Wellbank with 24 hours, 7 days a week staffing, and the enhanced respite available at Woodlea for families who were struggling to manage children with complex needs, all took place during lockdown. Childcare for key workers and some vulnerable children and young people was offered 7 days a week and over the holiday periods, and this just ended on the 4th of August. There was multi-agency support for the release of prisoners and contact points for people in the justice system. There was 24-hour access to emergency social work service to all care groups. Enhanced multi-agency public protection leadership and monitoring. And officers also participated in returning a comprehensive response to the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry by the required deadline of the 31st of July 2020. And this relates to a study into child abuse in foster care from 1935 to 2014, which commenced in September 2019, involving a multidisciplinary steering group and over 60 professional staff carrying out extensive research of historical archives and reviewing case records. We provided online wellbeing support for staff, for children, young people and their families. And we used technology to assist home working and to promote virtual communications and the development of online platforms for young people. We also provided a range of digital devices, including iPads, laptops, hotspots and SIMs, importantly to provide data and Wi-Fi connections. There was also alignment to national recovery plans with an emphasis on the essential and urgent for a successful exit of lockdown. Education and Children's Services officers contributed to the command structure that was put in place to manage the Council's response to the pandemic through a range of bronze command groups, including for the Children's Activity Centres and for protecting children and addressing vulnerability. Latterly, we also established a bronze group with the focus of devising and implementing the education recovery plans. A range of officers have also been involved in national groups associated with supporting staff and children and young people, and also for planning for education recovery. We had a local phasing delivery plan that was developed and brought to full council on the 24th of June. And we've also had our education recovery plan, which was brought to the full council meeting in July. We've seen an incremental resumption of community payback orders and court business from the 13th of July. We've seen a partial return to social work bases, including prisons for statutory work. And we also have continuation of new ways of working via online and digital means. Throughout all this, we have maintained core business and statutory functions. We have been involved in the additional planning and reporting and recording requirements for Scottish Government, a range of means of supporting staff, and we have been intrinsically involved in planning for and managing localised outbreaks of COVID-19. Schools have been assessing and planning to address any gaps in learning that may have occurred during the period of lockdown, and also putting in support for mental and emotional well-being of children and young people. We are also now seeking to manage increased demand experienced in care and protection. Other activities that took place as normal included our placing requests for schools. They went ahead as expected and to the timescales required, and I would like to afford our thanks to all the many elected members who support the appeals process. We've also undertaken a range of recruitment activities using technology to enable support of this. We've recruited staff for ELC and in primary, secondary and of course promoted posts. And once again, we would like to offer our thanks to the elected members who were involved in some of those recruitment processes. We've had meetings with in excess of 50 of the Parent Council chairs on a couple of occasions, and that has proven to be very successful and is something that we intend to continue to do using Microsoft Teams and other digital means to support all of that. So that's just a brief outline in terms of some of the activity that has been undertaken during lockdown and beyond. If I can move now, please, Convener, to the SQA assessment results for 2020. The 2020 SQA assessment results were received by young people across Scotland on the 4th of August. Following the Deputy First Minister's direction to SQA on Tuesday the 11th of August, relating to its certification model for 2020, changes were made to results, which were then reverted to teachers' estimates. The reversion to estimates provided by teacher has increased the pass rates at A to C grades for National 5s, Higher and Advanced Highers by 8, 10 and 8 percentage points respectively. Additionally, the new pass rates are around 10 to 15 percentage points higher than recent years, in line with the national picture, which showed similar figures. This will mean an improvement to the breadth and depth key performance indicators for this year's examination diet, as well as the national benchmarking indicators for school leavers over the next 3 years. All attainment data for these qualifications has now had to be reissued and reprocessed, and this is ongoing. And new certificates are being issued to young people where the results have changed. This year's SQA results have presented our schools across all of Scotland with an unprecedented challenge. And there I've used that word that we've been hearing a lot in relation to our COVID-19 experience, unprecedented. That has meant they have been the final arbiters and assessors of the attainment of our young people. And the relationship between teacher and pupil in the senior phase has always been one of partnership in preparing for external examination. We are very grateful to the teachers in our schools who have undertaken all of this work in preparation for the original submissions and the work that they then did in preparing for proposed appeals, and then the work that they have been doing in relation to all the support that they have provided for the young people and their families. As I said in my introduction, it would be our intention, convener, to bring a full report which will contain more detail than I have been able to provide this morning, and also more detail than was provided in the briefing note that was shared with all elected members a couple of weeks ago. If I may now, convener, I'd like to move on to just provide some update for committee in relation to face coverings and the changes to the guidance. Revised guidance was published yesterday in relation to the wearing of face coverings in schools. There are two main changes to highlight. All children, young people aged 5 or over and adults are now required to wear a face covering on dedicated school transport as well as on public transport. So that's bringing now into line the requirements with dedicated school transport that have been in place for some time in relation to public transport. And the second main change is that pupils and adults are to wear face coverings when moving about the school in corridors and confined communal areas, which would also include toilets. Local authority incident management teams, which include colleagues from public health who lead on the incident management teams, may recommend a further strengthening of the use of face coverings in other areas when dealing with any localised outbreaks. And local authorities and schools may also consider strengthening the use of face coverings in other areas with appropriate risk assessments being undertaken and consultation. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide those updates at the start of this meeting, convener.
Thank you, Gina. You used the unprecedented word. You also used the challenge word, and I think we'd all recognise that that certainly has been, what your service has experienced over the last wee while. I think we'd all welcome that paper on the SQA results and having the opportunity to delve into it further. Obviously, not once the officers have had time to to properly pull that together. So I presume would that perhaps be for the next committee? Yes. Okay. That's great. Thank you very much for that update. That moves us on to paper 5, which is the expansion of early learning and childcare progress update. A very good paper which clearly lays out the progress to date and significantly the work that has been undertaken during the period since 23rd of March, which has helped us get to a very positive position. So I'm going to ask the Executive Director to introduce the report.
Thank you, convener. This report provides a summary of work that has been carried out since the last committee report of the 22nd of May 2019 in respect of the planned delivery of 1140 hours of early learning and childcare. Throughout the report, the impact of COVID-19 is detailed. However, due to the good progress made towards the expansion of ELC prior to lockdown, Perth and North Council is ready to move and is on track to meet the requirements to deliver 1140 hours of ELC as and when the Scottish Government reinstate the legal requirement to do so. It is important to note that at this time, 92% of all funded providers are now offering 1140 hours, and the others are working over this term to do so as soon as possible. We're going to share a short film with members of the committee before we actually move into taking questions and discussing the report. Thank you, convener.
The Scottish Government announced from August 2020 all 3 to 5 year olds and eligible 2-year-olds would be entitled to 1140 hours of early learning and childcare. This short video shows the progress as well as the impact and recovery of COVID-19. In total, 20 local authority infrastructure projects have taken place to accommodate children for the additional hours. This includes 1 new build, 2 outdoor shelters, 5 extensions and 12 refurbishments. The COVID-19 pandemic impacted on the infrastructure programme. However, due to the good progress made prior to this, only 2 projects have been delayed. These are Inchture and Oakbank. Strong recovery plans are in place for these projects, which will allow the registered children to receive 1140 hours post-recovery. The new build at Inchture is a standalone nursery building for 56 3 to 5 year olds and 5 2-year-olds. The current nursery is located within the school, which has capacity for 30 3-year-olds and 5 2-year-olds. Oakbank will benefit from a nursery extension to facilitate the expansion of early learning and childcare from 50 3 to 5 year olds and 5 2-year-olds to 88 3 to 5 year olds and 5 2-year-olds. Letham Primary School has had a full infrastructure upgrade and a nursery extension to facilitate the expansion of early learning and childcare from 40 3 to 5 year olds and 10 2-year-olds to 96 3 to 5 year olds and 20 2-year-olds. Reconfiguration has taken place at Cooper Angus to increase capacity from 40 3 to 5 year olds and 10 2-year-olds to 72 3 to 5 year olds and 10 2-year-olds. The new nursery facility at Gilton provides access to early learning and childcare for 12 3 to 5 year olds. The new nursery facility at St Ninians provides access to early learning and childcare for 24 3 to 5 year olds and 5 2-year-olds. A career structure within early learning and childcare has been created, which aims to encourage people into the sector and for staff to progress within local authority settings.
I'm Karen. I work at COPEC and I'm an ECP here. I started off in the 2-year-old ends and I'm now up into the 3 to 5. I was Acorns and Oak. Love working here. It's a challenging, stimulating, enjoyable environment and I just love what I do. There's progression in it now, which wasn't so much so before. You've got opportunities to work with PEEP groups, Incredible Years, SALT, which is speech and language and therapy and physiotherapists and everything like that. And you also have the opportunity to develop your own skills and your professional skills and move in different directions.
Posts within local authority settings include centre leaders, principal ECPs, senior ECPs, ECPs, play assistants, early years pupil support assistants and modern apprentices. During COVID-19, adaptations were made to the interview process to ensure staffing was in place for August 2020. Interviews took place virtually, which proved to be successful. From August 2020, 32 funded provider settings and 17 childminders are delivering 1140 funded hours. Collaborative working has taken place to provide support to bring early learning and childcare providers into partnership. During the COVID-19 pandemic, tender process timescales were extended to allow partner providers and childminders to apply to come into partnerships. Focus groups were created to provide support and guidance to funded provider settings and childminders during lockdown. Plans have commenced to increase the support for children with additional support needs in each early learning and childcare community. This includes local authority hubs based in ELC settings and at least one setting across each of the 11 communities, as well as the creation of community childminders, where the local authority will allocate places for children to these childminders accordingly. A variety of successful continuous learning and professional development opportunities have taken place in early learning and childcare to encourage new employees into the sector, develop existing staff and encourage curiosity, creativity and independence in the children. The expansion of early learning and childcare is underpinned by a national standard framework set out by the Scottish Government, where settings have overall care inspected gradings of below 4 Education and Children's Services are working in partnership with the Improvement Service and Care Inspectorate to support settings to meet the criteria, and robust improvement plans are in place. Positive feedback was received from children, parents and staff during the phased rollout of the expansion of early learning and childcare. Good progress on the phasing plan was made prior to the COVID-19 lockdown, allowing Perth and Kinross to be in a positive position for implementation from August 2020. In line with the Scottish Government guidance for Phase 3 of lockdown to reopen early learning and childcare settings, all 3 to 5-year-olds and eligible 2-year-olds will receive at least 600 hours of ELC, and where physically possible, some settings will be able to provide 1140 funded hours. The main areas which will be taken forward post-implementation will include contribution to the PKC offer, continuing to develop quality learning experiences and environments, and realising the ambition.
Hi, I'm Charlotte and my daughter comes along to Pitlochry Nursery and she takes part in the 1140 hours. It's helped me be able to pick up more hours at work. It's just been able to, because I've got another child as well, it's been able to just have one child to sort out for childcare that's younger, and not have 2 kids to worry about. My daughter gets so much from here that I couldn't even give her myself, and I couldn't do like myself. I probably wouldn't even know half the stuff to be doing myself with her. She's learned so much and grown up so much in the last year from just being here at nursery.
I think you nearly got to see that for a second time. It was just about to run again. I hope that that was a helpful film, providing lots of information in support of the paper that is with committee today. And joining me in answering any questions that any electors might have, we have Sharon Johnson, who is Head of Education and Learning, and also Ben Martin-Scott, who is the Service Manager with overall responsibility for early years. Thank you very much, Convener.
Thank you. Councillor Rebick has led the way. Can I ask any elected members or lay members of the committee, if you've got a question to ask, if you pop them in the meeting chat, just a queue is fine, and I'll keep an eye on that and call you as the questions run through. So the first question that I've got here is Councillor Rebick.
My apologies, Convener. I wasn't meaning to be sneaking in there quickly.
No,
We've been on enough of this virtual meetings now to know what's coming. I've a couple of questions, if you don't mind. I'll just be very brief. But my first question is around Scottish Government investment, which I think is substantial, but it doesn't mention it specifically in the paper. So I'd just like to ask about that, both in terms of capital investment and revenue investment, please.
Convener, I can confirm, and Greg Boland is here to answer particular finance questions. So Greg or Sharon will correct me if I'm wrong. I think the revenue investment is circa 13.5 million over a 5-year period, and capital investment is probably around about 15 million over a 4-year period. But I'll look to Greg to confirm if that is the case, please.
Yeah, I can confirm that the figures quoted by the Executive Director are an accurate reflection of the investment in the programme.
Thanks very much for that. That's much appreciated. My second question, just briefly, was, and I won't mention the councillor by name because he's not here to defend himself, but there was some doubt cast at full council about where we are as a council in terms of the delivery of what's a crucial policy, and I just wonder how Perth and Kinross benchmarks next to other councils in the regard of nearly delivering the programme in entirety.
I think Sharon would be able to provide an answer to that question, Convener.
Yeah.
Thank you, Convener. Councillor Rebick, as the Executive Director said in her first answer, we're in the position that 92% of all of our settings are able to deliver 1140 hours now. And there are 7 settings that are unable to do that at the moment because of COVID restrictions, but they will be able to deliver 1140 by the end of this term. So by the October break, we expect that all of our settings will be delivering 1140 hours. The Scottish Government relaxed the statutory requirement for local authorities to deliver by August because some local authorities were indeed having difficulty in meeting that target. And it's probably fair to say that those local authorities that had perhaps large infrastructure projects that were stopped by COVID and perhaps recruitment issues are not as fortunate as Perth and Kinross. We made the decision to focus very much on using existing schools and nurseries and expanding those rather than going for new builds, and that stood us in good stead. We also started phasing last year so that we were already in a position where a good number of our settings were delivering 1140. And of course we have a large number of partners who are already able to deliver that flexibility. So we're in a good position. Other local authorities are trying very hard, and we certainly know that neighbouring authorities are hoping to be able to deliver certainly by September, and if not by December.
Thanks very much for that reassuring answer. It's much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rebick. Thank you, Sharon. Just a point of clarification that I should have made before we started on the questions. I want to make sure everyone gets their opportunity to ask a question, but if there's questions that are related, as Councillor Rebick's ones were, but if you've got questions on different topics, I'll get you to ask your first one and then pop your question back into the box so that other people get a chance to come in, and then I'll come back to you. So I know that Councillor Purvis is next up and he's got 2 questions, so it may be that's the process for you, Councillor Purvis.
Well, if I piggyback my first one onto the question that Councillor Rebick asked, okay. I can get away with it. It was just on the information in the paper in relation to the funding of the revenue costs of this. And I know that when we had discussions in the past that there was an expectation that the Scottish Government would cover a significant part, if not all, of the additional revenue costs. I'm just wondering, given that the statutory timescales or the obligation on local authorities to deliver this has slipped back, are we still expecting that the Scottish Government will fund those additional costs? I know in the paper it talks about the transitional support and the COVID-19 grants, but it doesn't actually mention the revenue costs, so someone could please clarify that.
Is that one for Greg?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, Councillor Purvis, I can confirm that there's funding to fund the full programme. Obviously, there's been slippage within the programme due to the actual rollout plan and additional monies from the government. Some of that money will be earmarked to cover other COVID expenditure, e.g., for example, the children's activity centres, and ensuring we kept childcare going for essential workers during the last 5 months.
Okay, thank you for that answer. So my second question is on finance as well, but particularly on the rates that are paid to partner providers. I know from having discussions with some of the partner providers, both new and existing ones in my own ward, that there was a concern that Perth and Kinross was at the lower end of local authorities in terms of the rate that we paid to partner providers, and I think that was causing some difficulties for them in being able to deliver their services. And I note that in the paper at 3.11 there seem to be some significant increases in the rate provided. I'm just wondering, does that bring us into line with the average, closer to the average for local authorities?
Greg, one for you again.
Yeah, Councillor Purvis, there's a mixed range across Scotland at the minute. We are currently undertaking an exercise with the partners engaging about the rates, so that's currently been reviewed.
Could I just add to that, Councillor Purvis?
Okay,
thank you. Answer your question, Councillor Purvis.
Yes, I think, and in the paper there is a 25% increase for the 3 to 5 year olds already, but I was just wondering how that was assessed, but that's useful clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Beth Pover and then Councillor Kathleen Baird.
Thank you very much, Convener. I just, in relation to Ensure Nursery, I'm just wondering what the timescales are for providing childcare at the nursery.
Ben will be able to give you some good detail around that, Councillor Pover.
Thank you.
Councillor Pover, yes. At Ensure currently we're able to offer 35 spaces to 3 to 5 year olds and 2 year olds, and when the new build is finalised that will go up to 53, and my understanding is that the new build should be completed by December, where we can move to that increased role.
That's lovely. Thanks very much for that.
Thank you, Councillor Pover. Councillor Baird.
Thank you very much, Convener. My question is based around the outdoor nursery. I just wondered what progress was made and for the outdoor nursery areas.
Ben, would you like to answer that question?
Yes, Councillor Baird. We have 2 outdoor facilities at Goodleyburn and RDM. They were put in place over the summer, and they have allowed us to increase the capacity in those 2 settings by 8 pupils, and so our plans have been progressed and they are now in place.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Baird. Councillor Forbes.
Thanks, Convener. My question's on page 19 relating to recruitment, and it seems terrible to use the phrase supply and demand when we're talking about people and their jobs, but I wonder what the supply of nursery early years practitioners is, and is there a danger that as a council we may suck up most of them and leave the partner providers struggling to find staff?
That's a good question, Councillor Forbes, and I'll ask Ben to answer that one as well.
Councillor Forbes, thank you. I think that we have good procedures in place in terms of growing our own, and that was one of the concerns that we had at the beginning, which is why we started to grow our own, because we really didn't want to enter into taking away from our partners because we need them. And so there were concerns that that might be the case, but certainly when we looked at who was applying and who was being successful, that wasn't really ending up being the situation, and I believe that's because we did take the strategy at the beginning to grow our own and develop the people that we had coming through from Modern Apprentice and play assistants.
Thank you.
May I just,
another question? Can you
sorry, Councillor Forbes, I wonder if
the Executive Director wants to come in.
If I could just add to what Ben has said there, I think the bit about developing our own staff is really important, and the introduction of a career structure de facto is what we have put in place in Perth and Kinross. So there's an opportunity for different levels of responsibility, and we've also been working, of course, closely with Perth College on our men in childcare and encouraging more and more participants to join again in different posts through that. And also our Learning to Work in Early Years, which was our own in-house version of Learning to Teach for council employees who may wish to diversify from their current role in whatever part of the council into early years. And so, as Ben has said, through those various means, what we have been seeing is able, for a significant part, to be able to develop our own people to work. However, my understanding is that that is not necessarily the situation that is replicated across the whole of the country, and that there have been some concerns raised by some partner providers that there may be some kind of detrimental impact on them. But as Ben has been able to reassure you, I hope that has not been a significant issue in Perth and Kinross to date. Thank you.
I know, Councillor Forbes, you've popped in another question.
If that's okay with you, convener, that actually Sheena led me nicely into it. My next question was actually the burden in childcare, which is 2.13 in the paper. And I see this 51. I just wondered what that was as a percentage. And if I may be bold, convener, and chuck another related question on the end of that, is there's reference to that 14 have secured places and others. The 11 continue to study ELT related courses. Is that a more advanced course that gives them a better or a more substantial qualification?
So that's one for Sharon. Ben?
Yeah, I can answer that one. Sorry, I was struggling with my network quality there. Yeah, the Men in Childcare course has been really very successful for us in Perth and Kinross, and it's provided us with a really good opportunity to obviously have men in childcare posts, and that includes our early learning and childcare setting, so they'll take up posts as ECPs, but they also work in our out of school care settings. Some have gone on to social care roles within our specialist provisions, and some indeed have gone on to take up posts with teaching. So there's a range of avenues that the Men in Childcare course can offer men, and so we've got the benefits within our teaching profession, within our social care profession, our out of school care, and our early learning and childcare settings. Thank you.
Thank you, convener. I think there was a break-up in the communications. Can I just re-ask one bit of my question, which I think Sharon probably didn't hear, and that was regarding the Men in Childcare going on to do further courses. I was just interested in what these were. Hopefully Sharon will hear me more clearly this time.
So some of those courses were into teaching, Councillor Forbes, and into social care. So the Men in Childcare course provides opportunities to go into early learning and childcare, but some men who have completed that course have then chosen to go into, say, a teaching course instead of staying within as an early childhood educator or into social care. So these are the courses that they've gone into.
Thank you, Sharon. And just very, very quickly, 51, what's that as a percentage of our total numbers? And that promised me, convener, that's me finished.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I wouldn't have that information for you at the moment, Councillor Forbes, but we could find that out and make sure that you get that information.
Thank you. I think both the Grow Your Own and the Men into Childcare projects have been extremely successful. It's a very specific skill set that's required for working in this area of the Education and Children's Service brief, as it were. And having met some of the people that have gone through these particular courses, it's been really encouraging to see the talent that we've managed to capture through those courses, and I think Ben and Sharon and their teams are to be congratulated on the work that's been done there. Are there any further? There's not any further questions in the chat box, so that takes me on to moving the report, and this gives me great pleasure to move this report. It's a very welcome one, and I'd like to specifically thank Sharon Johnson, Ben Martin Scott and Greg Boland and the project team for driving the work to expand 1140 hours of childcare forward, particularly through what has been a challenging time From the get-go, we have sought to plan thoroughly and effectively to deliver increased early learning and childcare provision across Perth and Kinross. And the update before committee highlights the very wide-ranging work undertaken by a very small team of officers to achieve this. The net outcome will be the delivery of access to high quality and affordable early learning and childcare across Perth and Kinross. Even with the added complexities of coronavirus, it's not stopped this progress in its tracks, and all tribute to those who've worked virtually, interviewing staff, recruiting to deliver the progress reported on today. I'm confident that along with our funded partner providers, we're in a solid position to move forward onto full entitlement in the coming months. Can I ask Councillor Duff if he'll second the motion?
Thank you, Convener. As we know, this month was supposed to see the full expansion of early learning and childcare arrangements come into play across Scotland. Like so many things, the pandemic has caused delay to the full implementation of that scheme. Knowing that, it makes it all the more impressive that within Perth and Kinross, there is a significant capacity of high standard partner providers, childminders and local authority provision recruited, ready, willing and able to deliver on the 1140 hours of childcare right now. I welcome the introduction of the community childminding model and the enhanced training of specialist childminders for children with complex needs, additional support needs and other vulnerabilities. I also welcome the training programmes for the modern apprentices and the men in childcare, together with the other training, development and career progression programmes, all of which are proving to be very successful. While a small number of infrastructure works have slipped as a result of the COVID-19, the Council is well positioned to deliver these projects relatively quickly and has contingency plans in place where required. I'm pleased to note within the report that the infrastructure works at low rate within my own ward have commenced over the summer in line with the planned timescales. Finally, I'd like to express our thanks to all those childminders in whatever setting who continue to provide a service for the children of key workers over the last few months, without which the country could not have continued to function. Convener, this is a very positive report and a good news story for the families in Perth and Kinross. I'd like to thank the Executive Director and their team for this update and have much pleasure in seconding the report.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Can I ask if there's any comments on the report, and if you put a C into the chat box? I've got Councillor Rebick already. Councillor Rebick.
Thank you again, Convener. We're asked in the recommendations to note progress to date. I would like to do more than just note it. I'd like to commend it in the highest possible way. People on this committee and indeed in full council on occasion will be bored silly with me prattling on about it, but it is important and I am genuine with it. And fortunately, in this case, having seen the film, I think Charlotte from Pitlochry underlines exactly what I've said previous about this being a great Scottish Government policy. It does mitigate the worst effects of in-work poverty, and I'm not suggesting Charlotte was there, but she did suggest that she got more hours because of the early years childcare expansion. That's exactly one of the things it's meant to do. It also does allow us the kind of early interventions around adverse childhood experience that we need, that we speak about all the time, and we're getting towards the situation where we really are getting it right for every child. And I think Charlotte from Pitlochry put that far better than I have previously, so I welcomed her a bit on the film. And the Scottish Government have of course put their money where their mouth is, as confirmed this morning, 28 million quid I think, which is a substantial amount of money. But any good policy of course needs to be implemented properly and effectively, and it's absolutely appropriate that Ben and Sharon and Greg were commended in the way they have, because I know this work has been really challenging. It's not been easy, but we really are getting there, and the work is appreciated. I'd just like to underline Councillor Duff's comments about that one. It's appreciated, we're in a good place, and this is just a really good thing. So I would like to highly commend this paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rebick. I agree. Actually, the video, putting it into, actually somebody else who's actually living it, hearing their words is always really helpful. Thank you, Councillor Rebick. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you very much indeed, Convener. This is indeed a good newspaper, but there is one issue that has cropped up certainly at my local school when I've been down, and that is that the extra pressure that is put on the parking and driving around the school gates at school drop-off time. Now, whilst I recognise that preschool children won't be cycling to school, I hope that when the dust settles we can address this matter and actively review the school travel plans to ensure that those schools with a greater number of people driving their children to school are able to do so safely. It's been my observation at the RDM school that some people may be at greater danger of from poor air quality and poor driving and have a greater likelihood of damage from that than they have of catching the coronavirus. And I think this needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency once the other aspects have been taken into account.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. You'll be aware of the work that is being ongoing with schools to look at their travel plans again in light of the requirements around COVID-19. And I know in my own patch that is proving beneficial, but also I think families have maybe got more into the way of getting out and walking and cycling, found those bikes in the back of the shed, etc. So actually maybe we are pushing it more of an open door with some families. We just need to get them into the good habits. But certainly the measures that have been put in place, I believe, will assist that. So thank you very much. Any further comments? Not seeing anything else in the box. No, well, with that, and those very positive comments to our officers, that we really do. You find cross-party consensus here that we appreciate the efforts, and as Councillor Duff commented, all those that provided the much-needed childcare and support during the lockdown period and beyond. It's greatly appreciated. So, with that, can we agree the recommendations in the report?
Agreed.
Thank you. That takes us on to paper 6, the Raising Attainment Strategy 2020 to 2023, and the Vice Convener is going to take this report.
Thank you, Convener. This takes us on to that, which is on page 33 of your papers, and can I invite the Executive Director to introduce the report, please?
Thank you, Vice Convener. This report provides an update on the Education and Children's Services Raising Attainment Strategy and its associated implementation plan. The strategy covers the period 2020 to 2023 and will be updated and amended as any new guidance or legislation requires. This report and strategy have been updated to take into account the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, as they were both scheduled to be considered at the Lifelong Learning Committee in March 2020. The Education and Children's Services vision is of improving lives together. Our values of ambition, compassion and integrity underpin our approach to raising attainment, to closing the poverty-related attainment gaps, and also influences the work that we do. Year on year, attainment in Perth and Kinross has been increasing in many key performance indicators. However, we are aware that some young people face disadvantage in their learning and are still not achieving their full potential. Therefore, Education and Children's Services is committed to improving the attainment and achievement of all children and young people in Perth and Kinross. The delivery and impact of the strategy will be monitored by the Raising Attainment Board, and the first progress report on the strategy will be brought to this committee in November 2021. There are a range of officers here who would be able to answer questions that will undoubtedly have been prompted by the report. We have colleagues from early years, primary, secondary, inclusion, and also from finance and resources. Thank you, Convener and Vice Convener.
Thank you, Executive Director. If there are any questions on the report, would members please indicate in the chat function. Thank you. I have a question from Councillor Rebick, please.
Thank you, Convener. It was just a question on page 37, 3.5, which suggests, the last bit at the very bottom suggests that the attainment of looked after children and young people, particularly those who are looked after at home, remains lower than their peers, which in some way I guess is understandable, but just because it's understandable doesn't mean to say it's acceptable. And I just wonder if we're taking any steps to try and address that issue, please.
Convener, I think Sharon would want to respond to that question.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Executive Director. Councillor Rebick, the attainment of looked after children has always been a difficult issue for education staff across the country. It's a national issue. Within Perth and Kinross, we've had a real focus on the looked after children and all of their outcomes, and we've worked very closely with Children's Services in relation to looking at the types of support that looked after children require. And you'll know that there's been a huge push in Perth and Kinross to make sure that we make best use of families remaining with their family and their children where possible. So we've got a range of looked after children who are in different types of accommodation. There are children who are looked after at home, children in foster care settings, and children who are looked after in kinship care. We've looked carefully at all of those types of provision in terms of care for children, and what we've discovered is that those children who are at home have got the lowest attainment levels within our schools, and they've got the lowest outcomes as well. So we've been working hard to look at that from an early stage, and we have put in a number of programmes in conjunction with Education and Children's Services. We've put together a new team recently with funding which has come from the Attainment Challenge, and I'd ask Fiona Mackay just to talk about the praise team and the work that they're undertaking as one aspect of what we're trying to do to redress that balance.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'd just like to just give you a very brief introduction to the praise team, but also some work that we're doing in secondary, which is focused around mentoring for looked after children, which we're delivering in conjunction with the MCR Pathways, a third sector organisation that will be working across some of our schools. But just as Sharon had indicated there, the praise team is a team that we established in January, so unfortunately has only had a couple of months to operate fully before the lockdown, but has continued to stay involved with the young people that they had already became involved with. The team is made up of both teachers and also a social care officer, and it looks to try to amalgamate some of our approaches that would be more therapeutic. But it's very much focused not on being a team that will just have a caseload that manages, because we recognise that the capacity needs to be wider than that. So it is about supporting our teaching staff within all of our schools to be able to build relationships and find new ways, I suppose, of supporting our looked after children, because we do, like yourself, Councillor Rebick, recognise that there is improvement that's needed there. But happy to share some written information on both projects after the committee, if that's helpful.
Thanks very much again for another reassuring answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rebick. I have Councillor McEwen.
Thank you very much. Is part of the attainment gap the performance at exams? And should we improve our teaching and support for children sitting exams going forward? And I think that's something that the exam results this year indicate, is that the teacher aspirations and the expectations of the pupils aren't met when kids have to go through the rigmarole of exams, and I've certainly done a few of them over my time.
Executive Director or Sharon, do one of you wish to take that?
Thank you, Vice Convener. I'll start, and I'll ask colleague David McCluskey, QIO for secondary, to also come in. Councillor McEwen, it would be fair to say that teachers across all of our secondary schools do provide significant support for young people in terms of the coursework that is provided throughout the year, and also support for approaching the best approaches to taking examinations. What we do know is that for some children and young people, the situation that can arise in an exam situation can be quite daunting, and one of the things that we need to do and do is support children and young people in how they tackle that, because managing nerves and anxiety or whatever it is around any kind of situation, is important that you learn how to do that and how to manage that. And so that is actually already built in to all of that. In terms of do examination results contribute to the attainment gap, they are a measure of performance. They are one measure of performance. And one of the things that we like to take account of, and that the paper that will come to committee will in November will show, is that actually there's a range of different means by which you can assess and therefore measure a youngster's ability, their skills, their attributes, their talents, and ultimately their performance. And so it's taken together as a basket of measures that reflect achievement. And we, for a number of years in Perth and Kinross, have been very clear that the examination results on their own do not constitute the totality of a young person's achievements throughout their schooling. And I'll ask David McCluskey if he can perhaps give a bit more information just about the kind of support that is provided routinely in all of our schools in relation to exams. And one of the interesting things, of course, that will come out of the consultations that are live is what are people's views about the current system that we have in Scotland, and what changes might people want to see around that. The consultation has attracted nationally a significant, in the tens of thousands of responses so far, is my understanding. So there will be a lot of opinion and views to be considered as part of that. But I'll ask David McCluskey if he would like to pick up. Thank you, David.
Thank you very much, Executive Director. Yes, just to really echo the points that were made there. You know, obviously that gap, there's all sorts of things can happen to a young person just when they're ready to sit examinations. The kind of things that schools do to help to support young people through that process are the kind of personal support, targeted and universal, that you might expect. So, for example, you know, there will be classes in all of our schools on study skills in a generic way. Every subject will have its own specific targeted support for study skills. And nearly every subject in every school, there will be extra tuition offered at lunch times and after school, over and above, and again focused particularly as we get to the sharp end of assessment and ensuring that young people are as fully prepared as they can be. And I suppose the other thing to say behind that is the level of pastoral care that's afforded by all of our schools to help young people deal with some of the kind of buffets of life that might happen at the most inconvenient time for them just as they're about to sit exams. And that's not to be underestimated in its importance either.
Thank you. Councillor McEwen, are you satisfied with the responses?
Yes, thank you very much. And I do have to echo exactly what the Executive Director said, that your performance and your success at school and your positive destination isn't just about exams. But I do think the exam diet this year, or the lack of it, has highlighted that there is some work needed done here, and it's great to hear that so many people want to engage in that process and give Scotland a modern education system, not an antiquated one from the 1960s. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McEwen. I have Councillor Sarwar next, and you have two questions, Councillor Sarwar, but if they're not related, could you ask one just now and I'll bring you back in later with the other? Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. They're not really related. I could try and push that they were, but thank you, Vice Convener. I'll ask my first question and just say that thank you for this strong report, and also a very detailed report that can give us a really strong idea of how the work that's being done to achieve these goals. One thing that just really stood out to me was I really love this bit about telling your school attainment story, and I just wanted to ask a little bit more about that. And is that already being rolled out? And is it possible a way that we can use that for us to understand better about what's being done at schools, whether that's coming to lifelong learning or the sub-exec? I think that's a really great model.
Thank you for the question. Sharon, do you want to take that one?
Yes, thank you, Vice Convener, and thank you for your question, Councillor Sarwar. And thank you for your comments about the report. And I think the main thing in this report that might have been different from the one that we presented in 2016 is very much focused on our ability now to be able to look at our data and use it for improvement. And so we've been working very hard over the last 3 years to really upskill our teaching staff, because really when we're looking at attainment gaps, it has to happen within the classroom, and therefore classroom teachers have to be the ones who know what information they need and what data they need in order to improve for every child. So we've been very lucky in that we have a very good research and improvement team within Perth and Kinross led by Paul Davidson, and he's been spending lots of time over the last few years working with schools and class teachers just to help them develop their ability to look at their data, to analyse it, and then to be thinking about how that might be used to make improvements. We've also been fortunate in the appointment of an attainment advisor to work with us on this strategy, Eve Moran from Education Scotland, and we've been working with her to look at providing equity networks for schools where anybody who has a role in raising attainment looks at school profiles, and we've been collecting over the last couple of years much more data from our schools in relation to their overall performance, the levels of their gaps, where those gaps exist, and then supporting what particular interventions might be supported to help them improve that's evidence-based. So over the last year, our quality improvement team and our service management team have been working with schools to put together a school profile for every single school, which shows a core set of data. And what schools are being encouraged to do is to look through that data, to analyse it, and to share that in fact with parents as part of their standards and quality report, and with quality improvement officers when we go out for visits. We will be providing some information on that in terms of the report that we'll be bringing in November when we bring our results. And part of the work that we've been doing is to be pulling together a profiling tool to support the use of PEF. And what we've discovered is that the way that that PEF tool is working can work for any area of improvement, so we're strengthening that within our schools. So schools are expected definitely to share much more of that data and that information with their parent councils and their communities, and to be very transparent about what it is that needs to improve. And certainly our use of data has improved over the past few years, to the point where teachers are now feeling much more confident about knowing their own gaps at classroom level, and head teachers are more confident about their overall picture at school level. And as a local authority, we're beginning to get that picture across the authority as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Salva. Can I move on now to Councillor Simpson, please?
Thank you, Vice Convener. I just wondered if officers can offer us a view on whether closing the attainment gap is an easier or more straightforward job in a small rural school, or is it more beneficial to be in a larger school where there is greater support available at all times?
Councillor Simpson, I don't think that there's a simple answer to that question. The real answer is always that it will depend, and it will depend on a range of different factors, more likely to be not necessarily linked to the size of a school or the size of a class. There is empirical evidence from a range of sources around different effects on learning, and school size is not something that I have seen in research. Now, that doesn't mean to say that it doesn't exist. I just haven't seen it. I think there are just a range of different factors that will come into play at different times for different children and young people, and therefore I'm not really sure that I'm in a position to give you an answer to that.
Okay, Councillor Simpson, I appreciate that. Maybe doesn't give you the answer you wanted, but it hopefully will satisfy you at this point in time.
Well, not quite, Vice Convener, but perhaps I could get some further advice on that later. I'd be happy with that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm sure that can be arranged. Can I move on to Councillor Baird, please?
Thank you very much, Vice Convener. My question relates around to attendance. I notice in the report it says that attendance has decreased, especially in pupils potentially affected by poverty. As somebody who sits on attendance subcommittee, we haven't had very many pupils coming forward, so I just wondered if our schools bringing these children to the committee early enough, or is this not something they think is advantageous to help improve attendance at schools? Thank you.
Councillor Duff,
yes.
I think Sharon would want to answer there, and then I'll come in thereafter if that's okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Vice Convener. Councillor Baird, attendance is a very difficult nut to crack, and again it's something that we've been tackling in various ways for a very long time, and the Scottish Government have revised their guidance around attendance and how to support it across the country. Attendance subcommittees is a good question, because we know that our schools don't tend to take parents to attendance subcommittees, and certainly they haven't over the last few years. Partly the reason for that is that where we get into persistent attendance issues within families, there are usually complex family matters that relate to that, and usually there is a team around that family, so therefore there are other supports in place to support the attendance. And what we know is that, you know, when you move into the more punitive measures and sanctions, then they have less ability to work when you're trying to work with a family, perhaps over a long period of time. So what we're doing instead is we're focusing very much on the data and asking schools to intervene at a much earlier stage. So where perhaps in the past we might have waited until an attendance level got to 85% before we would start engaging with families more formally, we're now asking schools to be looking at that at a much earlier stage. What we've also noticed is that attendance in some areas, and particularly those children who are living in higher areas of deprivation, attendance starts to fall off sometimes about primary 6. And if that's the case, then that pattern of low attendance or low attendance moves into secondary schools. So we need to be aware of those pinch points and start to intervene at that stage. So at primary 5, primary 6, where we start to see that there's perhaps lower attendance happening, we're engaging much more fully with parents, and we feel that that will have a more beneficial effect. Certainly, when all other options have been exhausted, and we feel that a subcommittee attendance panel would support our work, then we would certainly use that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Executive Director, do you wish to add to that?
Thank you, Vice Convener. Sharon covered everything that I would have said. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Baird. Can I move on now to Councillor Anderson, please?
Thank you, Vice Convener. My question relates back to the last bullet point on page 37 that Councillor Rebeck was also referring to. Is there any scope for parents and carers to have more involvement in the education of looked after children? Not so much sort of doing the homework as sort of traditionally, but actually looking at the home support they could give, and maybe a better ambience in the home for children to feel more comfortable doing work, etc.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Anderson. Sharon, do you wish to respond?
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Yes, the work that we did describe earlier on when we were looking at the attainment of looked after children at home is really part of that. And Fiona Mackay, the service manager, talked about the new team that we've been pulling together in relation to working with families, and actually not just with looked after children, but with all of our gaps. What this strategy really talks about much more is the strength of working with families to support learning, and I think we say in the report that we recognise that parents are the prime educators of their children, and we recognise that. So not just for looked after children, but really from the early stages, we've started to invest heavily in making sure that everybody who works with families, so that's from early years in out of school care, health visitors, our colleagues in social work, we've started a programme called the Solihull approach, which is about a relationship-based approach to working with families, so that we can build on the good relationships that we have with families at the early stages and keep those going right throughout a child's education journey. So that's one of the ways that we would intend to do that. And then we've got much more targeted supports where families need that extra help and support. And one of the approaches is the praise team. Other approaches we have are family support workers, and obviously a very close relationship with social work colleagues to make sure that the plan that we put in place around a looked after child is shared with the family, and family support is included within that plan.
Thank you, Sharon. I think Jackie Pepper would like to also contribute.
Thank you very much, Vice Convener. Really just to support Sharon in her answer and the last point that she made there, that the importance here is that our GIRFEC approach, which is ensuring that our planning and the actions around that plan are focused on that child and that family, and that takes a holistic approach. So it's the child's plan that will lead all of our activity and ensure that we've got all of the arrangements that Sharon discussed and pointed out in terms of the approaches that we're taking, that these are all invoked where relevant for each individual child. So it's an individualised approach for each child, and we will continue to strengthen our GIRFEC arrangements there, but that's where the strength lies.
Thank you for that, Councillor Anderson. Are you
yes,
okay with that response?
I'm quite satisfied with that. Was excellent answers, and gives me comfort that those that need it will get the support that's out there, and perhaps the parents can get some support as well, because obviously some of the families will be in quite a stressed situation, and COVID hasn't obviously helped that. So very encouraging. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd now like to ask Jack Bell, a member of the Scottish Youth Parliament, for his question. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for this. So my question concerns the period of reconnection mentioned in section 2.3 of the report, specifically in secondary schools. So I was wondering, how have schools implemented this so far, and what would be the theoretical impact of it on exam courses where time really is of the essence to make sure that coursework is covered in ample time? And also, how are Perth and Kinross Council planning to gather pupils' views on it, specifically with regards to the nurturing principles in section 2.5?
Okay, Jack, thank you. Sharon, do you wish to take this one?
Yes, thank you very much, Vice Convener, and thank you for your question, Jack. I suppose it's fair to say that schools haven't just started that process of reconnection, and some of the information that the Executive Director gave at the start of the committee today about lockdown activities. Schools and our educational psychology team have been working extremely hard to make sure that we keep connection with pupils even during the period of lockdown, and that has been easier said than done in some circumstances, and we recognise that some young people have struggled to engage. But where they did struggle to engage, our guidance teams in schools and our supports from ASN and inclusion, and again our supports from social work colleagues, were really very active during that period of lockdown to make sure that where families and young people were struggling to keep engaged with their learning, that we were providing support and help along the way. we've obviously been gathering views from young people during lockdown as well. And we've recognised that mental health has been suffering in some circumstances, and we've provided a range of supports for young people through schools particularly, and with people they know, but also with the educational psychology team who set up telephone helplines and other supports during lockdown. But what we recognised in our planning for return to schools was that it wouldn't just be as easy as coming back to school after a summer break, and that we would need to recognise the anxieties that young people have shared with us through our own surveys, but also through the Children's Parliament survey that we made use of as well in relation to the anxieties about coming back to school. And in terms of the theoretical research about why that's important, we know that if young people, any child or any adult in fact, are not emotionally ready to learn, then they won't learn as well as they need to. And so therefore we've made it as part of our plan and made it very explicit that schools are reconnecting in terms of making sure that relationships are rebuilt and re-established, that we recognise and have to listen to what has been the experience of young people during lockdown, take cognizance of that and provide additional support where it's required. And we really fully expect that schools will be doing this at least for this term and for longer where it's required. So that's been very explicit within our planning for schools. What we did notice in terms of engagement, certainly in secondary schools, was that when the new NQ courses began on the 4th of May, engagement, which had slipped within some schools and some classes, started to improve. So we know that young people are very engaged in making sure that they don't lose that learning required for exams for next year. But what we have in place is to, for this term, assess where every young person is, look at what their gaps are and what support they might need. And we're looking at providing courses and programmes and supports to make sure that that learning takes place. You'll also know that there are some discussions at national level about when exams might take place and what that might look like. And again, the Executive Director talked a wee bit about that. So I'll stop there, and if there are any further questions, I'm sure myself or the Executive Director could answer those. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. I have two final questions, one from Councillor Pover.
Sorry,
and then I'll take, sorry.
But I beg your pardon, Vice Convener. I wonder if I could come in and
yes, of course,
just provide a bit more information for Jack and welcome Jack to Lifelong Learning Committee and know that he will make tremendous contributions. It's always a pleasure working with Jack. His commitment and his insight is invaluable. So thank you very much for the questions, Jack. Just to build on some of the information that Sharon provided, there have been a range of surveys and you, I know, have been involved in some of this work. So we've had surveys through YouthLink, the Children's Parliament, as Sharon said, through MCR Pathways, who did a significant piece of work during lockdown, and more locally through PCAVs, through our education psychology services, and indeed school staff. Importantly, young people from across Scotland and a significant number of young people from Perth and Kinross also had the opportunity to share what their lockdown experience and their learning in lockdown experience was like with some national politicians, and I've had feedback from that, and we've been sharing that information with our schools so that they're aware. One thing I would suggest is that on one of the national groups that I sit, the COVID-19 Education Recovery Group, I have asked the SQA to ensure that during their consultation, that the consultations that they undertake include hearing from the voices of young people who have views on their experience of the examination system and what they think could make it better. And so my encouragement to all young people would be to participate fully in that and ensure that their voices are heard in that important piece of work as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Director, and hopefully Jack appreciates these very full and comprehensive answers. Could I, as I said, have two final questions? I'll ask Councillor Pover and then I'll come back to Councillor Sarwarth for our final question. Councillor Pover.
Thanks very much, Vice Convener. This is a question for Sharon Johnson. Sharon, in your discussion earlier, you really referred to the Solihull approach, and I'm just wondering how much is that rolled out to carers of that training, and what is the uptake on that training?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pover. The Solihull approach has started as part of the early years and the early learning and childcare work, and it was part of the work that we did in collaboration with Tayside, and Dundee and Angus were involved in that. We've appointed a full-time officer to support that, and we had started that rollout within all of the early years workforce. So it was working through early childhood educators with health visitors. Health visitors within the NHS had already been working on a Solihull approach, and they worked in conjunction with us to get that process started. Fiona Mackay was actually the service manager who was involved in that, so I might ask Fiona just to update you on what we're doing now in terms of Solihull.
Hi. Obviously, the trainings for Solihull ended when the schools closed. However, we're looking at reinstating that as online learning going forward. The Solihull Foundation have developed an online programme which replicates what was previously provided. The uptake has been extremely good, with word of mouth probably making a big difference in that, as practitioners who we've trained have found it really useful and have shared that enthusiasm. It has really encouraged our early years colleagues to get involved. I'm just looking to see if I can find some data now, and I think that we have trained around 300, well, nearly 400 practitioners last year, and once that's up and running again, that's across Tayside, that's not Perth and Kinross, but a significant amount of those were Perth and Kinross. Once we're up and running again, we hope that we will increase the capacity of that significantly. Our focus was also on training trainers so that we're sustainable, and a large number of trainers from across the early years sector, so that's including health and council services, trained as trainers so that we are able to continue to roll out that training across the different areas of Tayside without any reliance on external providers.
Thanks very much, Fiona, because it is quite an in-depth programme, am I right in thinking?
It is, yes. It's a 2-day training, so it does require quite a bit of time out of work, which has been a real challenge. Yes. But we committed, certainly within Perth and Kinross, committed some inset days to support practitioners to be able to access that over the time, and continuously adapting the programme as well, so that we can perhaps provide some of the second day as twilight sessions to make it more accessible.
Lovely. Thanks very much for that, Fiona. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Sarwar, then, if you could ask your other question, please.
Thank you, Vice Convener. You'll be pleased to know that Jack actually already asked my question, so we don't need another one. But just thank you for that answer beforehand, and I really look forward to future reports on the wellbeing work that's being done at this really important time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. As there are no more questions, I'll move the report. Convener, improving the attainment and achievement of all our children and young people is a key commitment of our education and children's services, and this strategy sets out how that will be achieved over the next 3-year period. Year on year, attainment in Perth and Kinross has been increasing in many of the key performance indicators. However, we recognise that some of our young people face disadvantage in their learning, none more so perhaps than in the current circumstances, which can result in them not achieving their full potential. Evidence shows that while there have been many improvements and successes, much work is still to be done in a number of key areas, with boys who are more likely to not to meet developmental milestones, with writing and numeracy standards, with looked after children and young people whose attainment is lower than their peers, with well-being and mental health, and with children with additional support needs. It is right that we have high aspirations for all our children, and that we wish them to learn and to enjoy learning and to achieve their full potential in life. The strategy builds on the successful work done through its predecessor between 2016 and 2019. However, we also have to recognise that the pandemic of 2020 brought with it some very significant challenges for families and their health, employment, finances and education. Strategy sets out where we are, lists the ambitious targets for the future and how we intend to get there. The implementation plan details the comprehensive actions planned in this academic session, particularly around education recovery and response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and how we will address educational gaps caused by the period of school closure. While learning at home has had a positive effect on some, others will have found it less positive and rewarding experience. And there's a clear understanding of how this will be tackled and overcome. Convener, I welcome this report and thank the Executive Director for bringing it forward for the committee's consideration. It's a very clear and comprehensive document and happy to move the recommendations that we agree the strategy and implementation plan and ask the Executive Director to provide this committee with an annual progress report. Convener, do you wish to second the report?
Thank you, Vice Convener. In seconding the report, I'd just like to draw on some of the questions that have been answered, because I think committee it's really encouraging that the real nub of what this paper is all about, and that is our ambition that all young people and the children and young people across Perth and Kinross can focus on raising their attainment from wherever they happen to be, and the the barriers that so many of our young people face that are becoming into even sharper focus just now. Very much welcome the consultation and echo the comments of the Executive Director about encouraging young people and their families to get involved in that consultation. And Jack, you're a very welcome asset to this committee because we want to to have that person here who's championing those young voices across Perth and Kinross. We are in that period of reconnection and the talk about the need for nurturing in our schools is something that I know that all of our head teachers and their staff are very well aware of. When we had the pre-agenda on this paper, we talked about the concept of a contextual assessment, which was new language to me, but actually as children are going back to school, we're understanding perhaps a bit more about what that actually means, about where they've been for the last 5 months in their learning and where we want to get them to in the future. So delighted to second the report. We remain extremely ambitious for our young people. And the final observation I wanted to make that is written large throughout this paper is about the use of data. I've referred before to when I first joined this committee, data was referred to, but it wasn't as forensically examined and used throughout all of our papers as it is now to actually be able to measure where our young people are. So very happy with those comments to second the paper and absolutely agree with Councillor Sarwar about the work around telling the attainment story. So each of our school communities can actually understand where they actually are and where they're going. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. Are there any comments on the paper, please? If you wish to comment, please put a C in the chat box. Thank you. Councillor Rebick, please.
Thank you, Vice Convener. I just want to refer to page 37 again, 3.4. I will not going to read it all out, but it's very clear that we're in a pretty good place. It mentions the development milestones getting reached by more pupils, steady long-term progress in CFE, a steady rise in breadth and depth of leavers attainment, early indications of poverty gaps closing, strengthen interventions to tackle poverty and poverty-related gaps closing for leavers in literacy and numeracy. All in all, a pretty good place to be. We're not quite there yet, as it says in 3.5, but I think we are in a pretty good place. And I also want to mention the fact that the convener was very supportive of the local holiday hunger clubs she visited at the time in Letham. They are now quite appropriately called holiday activity clubs. And I genuinely mean this, that I know the convener is very wed to the ambitions which we state in 3.4. However, this is where I get grumpy, because I was dismayed to get an election leaflet through my door in March, where Andy Chandler-Smith suggested that we needed a return to basics in education and suggested that the basic building blocks of reading, writing and numeracy were not there in Percy North, amongst other criticisms. It's fairly obviously disrespectful to the teachers and staff in the 4 excellent primary schools in my ward, but actually it's disrespectful to you as well, Convener, and I think we need to get better when we're putting these kind of election leaflets out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rebeck. Are there any other comments? I'm not seeing any in the chat box. Give me a moment. Okay, if there are no further comments, can we agree the recommendations in the report?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Thank you. Okay, members, I intend to take a short recess at this point in time. It's 11:05. We'll take a 5-minute break and we'll recommence the meeting at 11:10. Thank you. Okay, members, that's now 11:10. Hopefully everybody is back with us. Can we please now move on to next item on the agenda, which is on page 145 of your papers, the third annual update on the implementation of REACH. And can I ask the Executive Director, Shane Devlin, please, to introduce this report.
Thank you, Vice Convener. This is in fact the third update report on the development and implementation of REACH, but it is the first year that the project has been fully operational with a complete staff team. This includes specialist social workers and social care staff working in close partnership with a clinical psychologist, speech and language therapist, and a dedicated teacher. This is a very positive report with good outcomes demonstrated for the young people involved and indeed for their families. The continuous evaluation of the effectiveness of REACH has ensured that the project is nimble and able to redirect resources where required. The report details the positive impact this team has had on the lives of young people who are considered to be on the edge of care and for their families across Perth and Kinross. A significant financial investment was made by Perth and Kinross Council over a 5-year period from 2017, and the project is on target to meet expectations to be financially sustainable into the future. The valuable work undertaken by the team continues, with much to be achieved over the next 2 years. The committed staff team offer a model of engagement which was not possible before REACH existed, and young people across the whole of Perth and Kinross now have a range of options for support which were previously impossible to provide. Vice Convener, I would just like to add that we have been gathering individual testimony and stories of young people who have benefited from this approach, but you'll appreciate that there are sensitivities in sharing those in public. But we would make an offer to the committee that we would be happy to offer a private briefing session where we can share some of that information which is on film to any interested elected members. And I would also suggest that in terms of us providing future updates around the well-being and the reconnection agenda that schools are currently engaged in, having that kind of approach where you actually hear of individual testimony and experience might be something the committee wants to consider also. There are officers here who are able to answer questions in relation to this. We have Hazel Robertson and colleagues from her service. I'm looking at the chat and hoping that Ger McKendrick has now also joined us as well. And of course, Jackie Pepper and myself will also be able to answer any questions. Thank you very much, Vice Convener.
Thank you, Executive Director, and I'm sure the offer of the private briefing will be one that members will wish to take you up on. As before, if there are any questions in relation to the report, would members please enter a queue in the chat function now? Not seeing any questions in my chat function. I'll just give it a wee moment longer if anybody has any questions they wish to ask. No, okay, I shall move then to move the report. Convener, as stated, this is the third annual update on the REACH project and provides this committee with an overview of the excellent work ongoing in this area of education and children's services. This innovative service has had an amazing impact on some very vulnerable young people who have either looked after or at risk of going into accommodation and therefore on the edge of care. We know that providing external residential care placements are not only expensive, but are not the best outcome for the children and young people involved. REACH is a one-stop multidisciplinary response aimed at addressing the needs of these children and their families, and aims to ensure that the only children or young people entering residential care are those for whom this is assessed as being the only way to meet their needs. The REACH project is a great success story for the children, young people and their families, and their view on how valuable the service has become are contained in the appendices and case studies of the report. It is noted that the team of specialist social worker and social care staff provide extended office hours from 8 AM to 10 PM and a 24 hours a day, 7 day a week on-call service, so that they are available when families need help the most. The depth of their commitment is obvious throughout the contents of the report. As elected members can see, Reach staff are called out on average 12 times a month and have personally supported young people in need overnight and within their own homes if need be to prevent placement breakdown. The range of other services provided by Reach and available to these young people and their families is also remarkable. A family group decision-making coordinator, clinical psychologist, child and adult mental health services, a speech and language therapist and an outreach teacher, all providing invaluable assistance. Convener, quite rightly, this service is looked upon as an exemplar by other local authorities. It has had a significant positive impact on the lives of a large number of young people and families who have found its services both necessary and invaluable. Its successful impact owes much to the dedication, hard work and commitment of the team, and on behalf of the committee I would like to express a sincere thanks to them all. Convener, I have much pleasure in moving the recommendations within this report. Do you wish to second?
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Very happy to second this report. Back when we agreed as a council to undertake the work that got us to where we are today, we talked about being brave and looking at long-term opportunities to make a real difference to the lives of young people on the edge of care. Importantly, at that point, officers went and looked elsewhere in the UK, other examples of where other local authorities were beginning projects to carry out this kind of work, and now we find ourselves that we are being visited by local authorities across Scotland to see how they might learn from us, and that must be very encouraging for our officers that have been involved at the sharp end of this. The paper and especially the case studies show the significant progress made so far and the positive effect of the whole team approach to supporting young people and their families within their own communities. I'd like to specifically thank Jackie Pepper, Hazel Robertson, Jeremy Kendrick and their project board, and each and every person who works day in, day out to deliver the support that is much needed for these young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. If there are anyone wishing to comment on the report, can you please put a C in the chat function now, please? Councillor Rebick.
Thank you again, Vice Convener. I think most of us in life, if not all of us, aspire to be resilient, engaged, achieving, confident and healthy, and it's entirely appropriate that young people and their families on the edge of care are given an opportunity to share those aspirations, and they're only able to do so in Perth and Kinross because of the great work that everybody does in this regard. You mentioned all the names. I'm tempted not to in case I miss somebody out, but Hazel and Gerard are clearly the two obvious ones, but I just want to underline on behalf of the SNP group our thanks to the wonderful work that's done in regards to this, because it is very crucial. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rebick. Councillor Povar, please.
Thank you very much, Vice Convener, and I just wish to say that I'm really, I'm really appreciative of the fact that Reach is able to offer intensive and flexible support, and it's been they've been very resourceful in meeting the needs of young people on the edge of care, and I just think it's an excellent report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any further requests for comments, so on that basis, can we agree the recommendations in this report?
Agreed.
Thank you for that. I'll now hand back to the convener for the remainder of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. That takes us to item 8 on the agenda, which is page 169 of your document pack on Abernight Primary School. I'm going to keep my introductory comments quite short so we can get into the ask the Executive Director to introduce the report and then move into questions, etc. I have been grateful for the, since the papers became public, the opportunity to discuss them and hear comments from a number of elected members, and I'm going to be including some additional recommendations in the in the recommendation section of the paper. I'm not sure at what point that's best to share those. Maybe ask committee service for some advice on that. They centre around a catchment review and consideration of options to expand the to create a sustainable role for Abernite School for the coming years. So with those introductory comments, just to set the scene as far as I'm concerned, I will. Sorry, there's a comment here about. Oh, it's Councillor Pover. You're sharing your screen. You can pick that. I thought that was.
Oh, sorry.
Me. That's okay. I'll ask Sheena Devlin to introduce the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. By way of introduction, I would like to say that following the decision taken by Lifelong Learning Committee on the 22nd of May 2019 to approve the proposal to close Abernite Primary School, the addition to implement a closure proposal was then referred to Scottish Ministers in accordance with the 2010 Act. Scottish Ministers issued a call-in notice and referred the proposal to the convener of the School Closure Review Panel. Perth and Kinross Council raised a petition in the Court of Session in Edinburgh seeking judicial review. The outcome of the judicial review subsequently dismissed the Council's petition. The School Closure Review Panel reconvened to consider the proposal in respect of the closure of Abernite Primary. The School Closure Review Panel published its decision on the 28th of July 2020 and refused consent to Perth and Kinross Council's proposal in respect of the closure of the school. Subsequently, it was agreed that a report should be presented to Lifelong Learning Committee at the end of the School Closure Review Panel process, and that report should set out the decisions that were taken and the costs associated with the judicial review. This report sets out the decisions taken in respect of Abernite Primary School, the rationale for the judicial review, the costs thereof, and the outcome of the School Closure Review Panel. There are a number of officers present today who were involved in all of this work and who, along with myself, will answer questions that you have in relation to this paper. There are colleagues from legal, from finance, from property, and from education and children's services. I would want to say that we fully accept that there is much for us all to reflect on in relation to the outcome of both the judicial review and also the judgment of the School Closure Review Panel. We have been and will continue to consider fully those judgments and their implications for our processes, and we commit to taking full cognizance of all the points made and making all necessary changes to the process that we apply in Perth and Kinross to any future such proposals. Thank you, Convener.
Sorry, Convener, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Can I ask any, if there's any questions, if you put a Q in the chat box, please. Okay, I have first question, Councillor Purvis, followed by Councillor Anderson.
Okay, thank you, Convener. I'll just ask one this time and then see what others have to say.
Okay.
And if I have further, I'll come back. So my first question is about the implications of the judicial review as set out in section 6, and indeed some of the general points. Well, it is very helpful that the original rationale for the judicial review is set out. My concern here is that there doesn't seem to be any learning from that evidenced in the paper. As far as I'm concerned, it just seems to be defending the original decision and essentially saying that the Scottish ministers have moved the goalposts. So my question is, what is the learning, particularly in relation to the judicial review, because clearly something went wrong?
Councillor Shires, I'll ask our colleagues in legal services. We have Sarah Rogers and Lisa Simpson, who will be able to answer questions in relation to that, and also Karen Robertson.
Good morning. Thanks for the question, Councillor Purvis.
I think we have set out in the report the main outcomes of the judicial review, and I think the implications of that, or the main implication would be that we now know that the bar for Scottish ministers calling in a school closure decision is lower than we had interpreted the legislation as requiring. In terms of the learning from that, that will obviously be considered in relation to future decision making around school closures, which are the only decisions which are potentially called in by Scottish ministers, and that's something that will be considered on an ongoing basis as a point of learning. As with any court case, we would consider the outcome when giving legal advice going forward, and in the future when we're asked about closure decisions in relation to other reviews, school estate reviews, or individual schools that are being considered for closure. So I think the learning is an ongoing process and something we would take into account when giving future legal advice, rather than a specific exercise in learning.
Thank you, Sarah. Councillor Purvis, I'm not seeing you on my screen. Did that answer your question?
I think that, well, I'll wait and see what others have to say, but I might have further things to come back and say, if that's okay.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, convener. We have a sum on the paper of £110,000. It was the cost involved in the judicial review, and no doubt there'll have been other additional costs, but this is coming out of the central corporate budget, and times is tough. What implications will this have on the corporate budget?
Convener Greg Boland is able to answer any financial questions.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Anderson. The costs, it was agreed originally that the cost wouldn't impact on education and children's services, so there was no detriment to the service. In relation to the costs relate to financial year 1920, and the costs have been accrued to that particular financial year. Overall, the council underspent more than anticipated, so potentially there was no impact on the council.
Can I just comment on that? I'm astounded that we can spend £110,000 on a judicial review.
Councillor Anderson, is this a question, or will you keep that for comment section?
Well, I'm amazed that the comment it's not affecting a budget when we're in such tough times. But however, I'll maybe make a comment.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Thank you, Greg. Councillor Sarwar.
Thank you, convener. My question is around the legal advice that the council received on making the decision to go to judicial review. In 4.5, I would appreciate some specifics around the errors that the believed Scottish ministers had made in an error in law in some aspects of the notice, had acted unreasonably in some aspects of the process, and had acted unlawfully in some aspects of the process.
One for you, Sarah.
Thank you, Councillor Sarwar. The council's reasons for seeking judicial review are all set out in the judgment, and the arguments that were advanced are all set out in detail in the judgment. I think it's quite difficult for me to summarise those in response to a question, because they're quite detailed. If I can maybe just try and give you a few key points. I think there were different arguments. There were general arguments about the threshold and the bar which the Scottish minister is required to meet to call in an application, and that was about the level of reasoning that needed to take place and be exhibited in the call-in notice. So that argument applied, if you like, to the whole call-in notice, and then there were more specific arguments in relation to each of the grounds for call-in. So that was in relation to the financial information, the falling school roll and the community impact. But broadly, those all related to things such as the lack of reasons set out in the call-in notice, and in some cases an argument about the correct legal test not having been set out in the call-in notice. So there was a mixture, and I think, I mean, as I say, the petition, the judgment itself does set all of that out in some detail, because the arguments advanced by the council are recorded in detail in that judgment, and then obviously the judge's decision in relation to those.
Do you have a supplementary on that, Councillor Sarwar?
I think my supplementary is just, I understand what you're saying about this. Well, later on you refer to it as a very low bar. But my question really, and what I'm trying to get at, is this a sudden change that you feel was made? Do you feel that Scottish ministers acted differently in this case, that you made this, that this decision was made? I think what we would do is not, from a legal point of view, we wouldn't be looking necessarily at the decisions the Scottish ministers have made before, although that is an element, I suppose, of the judgment that we would make around whether there was a concern about the adequacy of the call-in notice. So really, when we're giving legal advice, we're focusing very much on the content of that particular call-in notice and whether it meets the legal standards for all public authorities to exercise their decision-making powers. So the grounds for judicial review are the same as they would be if someone wanted to challenge a decision made by the council or made by another public body. Those are established grounds for challenging a public authority's decision, and what we would do as legal advisors is look at the call-in notice in isolation and whether there were grounds arising from that call-in notice.
Thank you. Councillor Baird.
Thank you. Thank you. My question really relates way back to the beginning when the principles for the school estate review were agreed. And this was agreed back in August 2016, but I know this has really been on the agenda since the beginning of the decade. And the parent council at that time, which would be called a school board, they'd looked for a catchment review prior to that, as they did have concerns that the school roll were falling. So can and I recall in May 2019, the parent council came and said that they expected the school roll to increase up to 16 by 2022. I really would like to know what the school roll has been in the last couple of years and what it is actually at the present time. And a wee supplementary, how many of these children live in the catchment area? Thank you.
It's one for Karen.
For school roll, convener Carol Taylor will answer those questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Baird. In May 2019, the council projected that the roll in 2019-20 would be 10 pupils, and in 2021 would be 7 pupils. This is currently the pupil roll. This is the roll of the council of the school, and the parent council were 12 and 11, so slightly too high. We're aware that there are a couple of placing requests for Abernight at the moment, although those pupils aren't attending the school. So that will bring the roll up to 11 if they should attend. In terms of placing requests, that would mean there are 4 pupils from the Abernight catchment at the school, and there'll be 5 placing requests.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have Councillor Pover followed by Councillor Rebick.
Thank you very much, convener. I'm just looking at page 172 of the report, which refers to the outcome of options appraisal. Parents noted an extended catchment area north of the A90 that they would not choose to send their children to Abernight. And I'm just wondering if there's an acknowledgement that that would have been very difficult given the threat of closure was hanging over the school at that time.
Back to Carol to comment on.
Karen Robertson to be able to contribute as well as Carol. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prover. Yes, I think that could be an assessment of the position.
Thank you very much, Carol.
Councillor Rebick, please.
Thank you, Convener. I mean, my question, I guess, really comes to the crux of the matter, and it is around on what basis did we seek to go to judicial review on, because I think the papers do suggest lower levels of bar and changing goalposts, and that's all the SNP's fault from a million years ago, as we've heard already this morning. And I'm not sure that cuts it, because Lady Wise's verdict was not equivocal. It was very unequivocal, and it's a demolition of the council's arguments and undermines anything that's said today around lowering levels of bar and changing goalposts never. So the question, my apologies for the ramble, my question is about what basis that we decided to take Scottish Government to judicial review on.
Sarah?
Thank you. Councillor Rebick, yes, I think I have set out that the reasons we took Scottish ministers to judicial review, they are set out in the report. There were legal reasons and legal arguments that we felt, and that was supported by external legal advisors, that there were reasonable prospects of success in pursuing legal action to clarify, in fact, where that bar lay. I don't think it was clear, and the advice we had was that there was a reasonable prospect of our argument succeeding. As with all of these things, there's an interpretation that has to be applied to the law by those who are having to interpret it and use it day in, day out. And Scottish ministers had taken a different view about where that bar lay. And so the purpose of the judicial review was to clarify that. And you know, that kind of threshold of a reasonable prospects of success is a standard one we would apply in all legal proceedings. And I don't know that I can add any more other than that.
Thank you, Sarah. Councillor Forbes, followed by Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Convener. In the call-in notice under the community impact bit, there's a conclusion reached that we as an authority failed in our duty to give significant regard to the impact on the community if a school was closed. So I seem to remember at previous committees, definitely one, possibly two, we've discussed this at great length about what would happen to the school should it cease to be needed for educational purposes. The legislation now in place would give the community the right to seek a community asset transfer on that particular building. Can I just have confirmation from someone that that is indeed the case now?
Carol's able to talk about that position. Councillor Forbes, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Forbes, for your question. Yes, that is indeed correct, and that was also made clear in the consultation report. We also added that the council has a community asset transfer team who would work with the community, and the Abernight is very well set up through having the Abernight Community Interest Company. They would be able to take forward a community asset transfer immediately if they so required.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Convener. My question relates to paragraphs 4.3 to 4.5 in relation to the legal advice, and it states that our internal legal advisors had some concern about the reasons set out in the call-in notice. The paragraph goes on to confirm that external legal advisors and a QC both agreed that advice, and indeed I suppose the judge at the initial judicial review must also have agreed that there was a case to be considered if he or she allowed the petition to proceed. So I'm therefore correct in stating that 4 separate legal sources considered the Scottish Minister's call-in notice and the reasons set out in the petition, and agreed that further judicial consideration was required.
Sarah Roger, please.
Yes, I think that is correct. So there was internal legal advice from ourselves in Legal and Governance Services and external legal advice from a firm of solicitors and from the QC who conducted the case in the Court of Session. And you're right, there is a two-stage process in a judicial review, and the first stage is a sifting process where the judge has to decide whether on the face of it there's at least an arguable case, and that was the process that was applied in this case.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Simpson.
Thank you very much indeed, Convener. I have a supplementary question really to Councillor Baird's questions about the school role. I wonder if this information is available. Do we know how many potential customers, I was going to say, potential pupils there are for the school living within the catchment area? And do we have a record, given if we have that, do we know how many have had placing requests made for elsewhere or those who attend a private provider?
Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. At the moment, in terms of under fives, we only have 2 pupils living in the area due to attend school. Unfortunately, I don't have information in relation to placing requests at the moment.
Might I ask the Convener that information could be provided to us separately?
Yep. I'm sure that can be done. Councillor McEwen, followed by Councillor McEwen, and then I'll just check everyone that wants to ask a first question has had theirs before I come into second questions. So Councillor McEwen.
Thank you, Convener. The question I have actually falls on the back of Councillor Forbes' question regarding the disposal of the school should it be closed. And I quote from the actual school review panel's report. It says, as the school is a rural school, section 12 of the Act provides that the council must have special regard to the likely effect on the community or the consequences of proposal. And the time for the council to have special regard on the community is actually before the proposal is published. A community asset transfer after the fact is the opposite of this. So I actually don't think the answer to the question was valid based on the information we have and these legal papers and from the review panel. Am I incorrect in this?
Back to Carol.
I think Sarah can probably answer the legal question more, but I would like to say that it would have been quite difficult to engage with the community on a community asset transfer while they were, fighting to save their school.
If I might comment on that as well, I think that was part of the nub of the sensitivity around this. Is this was a school that was operational with children being taught in it, so that would have affected some of the nature of discussion that was held around that issue. Councillor McEwen. I've got Councillor Reid who hasn't had a first question, so I'll take you first, Councillor Reid, and then back to Councillor Purvis and Councillor Forbes.
Can I say, Councillor Convener, before you continue? I don't think my question was answered, but I will raise this question again at scrutiny because I don't think that is an appropriate answer to my question, and it may be that the officers need to go away and look at the answer first, and it'll be appropriate for the scrutiny committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McEwen. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Convener. In the letter from the Scottish Government, it says the Scottish ministers have concerns about Perth and Kinross Council's assessment of the financial savings that would result from the closure of Abernight and that these savings have been overstated. They also go on to say that they thought the refurbishment costs provided by the council were excessive. Can I ask if they were overstated and if the refurbishment costs were overstated? Were excessive, rather.
Convener, we have John Beveridge and also Greg Boland who will be able to pick up on property and finance questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I need to go first.
I was just going to say, Councillor Crawford, I can just confirm that the figures were all accurate. In relation to the property services, John's going to provide a bit of an explanation to that.
Thanks a lot, Councillor Crawford. In terms of the property services costs, I can confirm that they were not excessive. I mean, this is typical standard work which is carried out throughout our estate. So we have really robust information. We've got a lot of knowledge and information we can compare for comparable costs. So in no way were the costs considered excessive.
Thank you. So does that mean that there was misinformation given from the Scottish ministers to the court?
I'm not sure what the Scottish ministers based their assessment on, but I know that the work that we've included for as part of the ongoing works for Abernight were robust in terms of what we'd set out, which took the whole amount of works for the following 5-year period and beyond. So I'm not sure what Scottish ministers based their assessment of that on.
Right.
Can I maybe just help by clarifying that the purpose of the judicial review wasn't to examine in detail the facts and whether they were correct or not. The purpose of the judicial review was to look at the reasoning for calling in the closure decision. So what the Scottish ministers were looking at was whether it appeared that we might not have complied with the requirements in relation to financial information. The test is one of reasonableness or procedural correctness. The court doesn't actually examine in detail the facts around the financial information itself. That's within the remit of the school closure review panel. In terms of the panel, they didn't consider the question of whether the costs were excessive or not, because they determined that they didn't need to go that far because they'd already made a finding in relation to the discrepancy about the description of one item within the cost breakdown, and they felt that was enough for, in their view, for there to be a failure, and so they didn't need to go on and consider the question about whether the costs as a whole were excessive or not.
Right, I'm totally confused. So the facts aren't really important, is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. Just that the judicial review process is looking at the procedure and the manner in which a decision is taken rather than the substance of the facts themselves. That's just the way judicial review is dealt with. And the panel themselves would look at the facts. From their point of view, they have decided that they didn't need to go that far because they had already found that on other grounds the council's decision should not be confirmed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Looking at the questions in the chat, we're moving on to the people who are having a second question. So the first person who indicated that was Councillor Purvis, followed by Councillor Forbes and then Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Convener. I wanted to ask about the points that are set out in 4.4 and just some of the general comments that have been made in case this situation where a decision of the council is called in or there is a need to consider judicially reviewing something in future. It says that the competence of legal action is an operational matter for officers to determine, but then also says that it's in line with the scheme of administration, which delegates powers to officers. So I would just like clarity on whether the suggestion is that all advice on legal matters and decisions to make judicially review a policy call-in are operational matters, or whether this is something that is delegated, which could in future be undelegated.
Thank you, Mr. Purvis. Sarah Roger.
I don't know whether Lisa may also want to come in on this. That is what the scheme of delegation says. I think one of the practical issues with legal proceedings is that they move quite quickly and our ability to take action is time limited. So that's a factor that has to be taken into account, but I don't think that'll be why it's delegated to the Head of Legal and Governance Services. That is what's in the scheme of administration, and I don't know whether Lisa might have a view that she would want to add to that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, councillors. I mean, I think the reason that these decisions are delegated to the Head of Legal and Governance is because the Head of Legal and Governance is qualified to make them as the qualified solicitor and the most senior solicitor in the organisation. I think I'd also like to take the opportunity to perhaps give a bit more clarification around what the point of the judicial review was, leaving aside whether it was Abernite School or any other property. The key issue here for us was what appeared to be a substantial shift in our understanding and the application of the legislation as we had been consistently interpreting that over a number of years, and not just this council but other councils across the country. And it's about the challenge for us was that the decisions to close schools quite rightly sit with the local authority, with yourselves as a lifelong learning committee, and part of the local strategy and the local estate management, and these are matters which quite properly sit with yourselves. And it had always been understood in terms of our applied interpretation of the legislation that Scottish ministers would not necessarily wish to interfere with that unless there was a significant or a material issue that required to be addressed, or a significant failing on our part in terms of our process or procedure. And so therefore, whilst we wouldn't necessarily look at how Collins were dealt with previously, we do know our own experience, and we do know the experience of other authorities in terms of the types of thresholds in which a local decision will be interfered with by Scottish ministers. And our experience with this particular case was that we had applied the same robust process in getting to a decision which resulted in the decision that this committee took, and that we had done nothing materially different, that we had saw no significant failing in our process. So therefore, perhaps to answer Councillor Rebeck's issue, the interference by the Scottish ministers and the call in this regard was quite unusual and was out of kilter. And so therefore, it was vitally important that we tested this to see whether or not this was an appropriate interference based on our understanding of the facts and the circumstances and the robust process and statutory process that had been applied. What it's basically boiled down to in this particular case is that Lady Wise has taken a very broad interpretation of the thresholds required for interference, and it would appear that is satisfied from a legal perspective that threshold is much lower than what we, or indeed other councils, had anticipated and had experienced to date. So in order to take the learning from that, I think the learning from that is telling us as a council, and indeed every other council, that even if you believe that the process followed has been robust, it doesn't actually require there to be a significant failure on our part in any way, shape or form that warrants a call-in. In fact, the ministers can call in pretty much any case that they like, because the threshold is so low, because Lady Wise has taken the view that this is a procedural and a safeguarding role as opposed to a decision-making role. And that's an interpretation that she was obviously entitled to make. It would be fair to say also, however, that a different judge may have taken a different view and a more stringent interpretation of the legislation. And that's one of the challenges around judicial reviews. We're not talking about black and white situations. We're talking about nuances, understandings, differing interpretation, which explains why we had legal, external legal advice, internal legal advice, a first level of sifting at the Judicial Review Court that acknowledged that there was a proper legal case to be made and to be tested. It was just unfortunate that Lady Wise has applied a very broad interpretation to the legislation, and so therefore we now need to look at our legal advice going forward through that lens.
Thank you, Lisa. Councillor Purvis, did that answer your question?
Not really. The specific question was, is it something that is deemed to be operational, or is it something that has been delegated that could be undelegated? There was a lot of in both answers that wasn't really relevant to the question.
Well, my view is that the determination of whether or not something is a legal issue and proceedings should be raised is an operational matter delegated to someone who is legally qualified to make that call. That's been my experience in every other council that I've worked in, and that's my understanding of why the scheme of delegation is framed in the way that it is framed.
Okay, thank you for that, Lisa. I have Councillor Forbes and Councillor Simpson. You'll note I've put in the chat that Councillor Baird has been trying to get in with another question, but our chat function seems to be failing. I don't know if Chris can speak to her about that. So, Councillor Forbes.
Thank you, Convener. My question is relating to the proposal of a catchment review. I obviously welcome this because apart from persuading a lot more people to move to Abernite or a lot more children to be born in Abernite, I don't really see what else we can do. But as I understand it, we did some kind of catchment review in the process that we've gone through. So can I ask officers, in a really practical, on-the-ground sense, what would be different between the catchment review that we're proposing now and what we did in the past?
Councillor Forbes, before I ask Carol and Karen to come in on that, I think it would be, if you're suggesting to me that you are going to be requesting a catchment review, then I think it would be proper for the committee to give us some indication of scale and scope of what they would want involved in that. So that would be the first thing I would say. So am I taking it from your question that there is a suggestion that there be a catchment review, that's something?
If I might come in, Councillor Forbes, are you referring to point 9.3 where it talks about a representation for another catchment review having been received? And then my comments earlier on about my proposed additional recommendation, but I think that possibly is where you're coming from at 9.3 in the papers.
Convener, you're absolutely right, but as I said in my opening gambit, that apart from having more people moving to Abernite or more people having children, I can't see any other option available to us. So I was going to suggest that. I'm happy to hold the question back, or I'm happy to rephrase it to a phrase that perhaps sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Forbes. I appreciate that clarification. And I think the initial comments I made, sorry, I'm just realising my camera's not on, excuse me. I think the initial comments that I made would still stand. We would be seeking from committee an indication of what you would consider to be appropriate in terms of scale and scope of any review. So, for example, you could consider whether the review of the catchment was confined to a particular geographical locality or geographical localities. You could decide whether in undertaking a review it should be on a principle similar to the approach that we took around the development of the Highland Perthshire Learning Partnership, where there was a principle of no detriment in terms of the curricular offer, for example, there, or indeed if a catchment review was undertaken, it would have no detriment to another school's catchment review. So there would be a series of principles that you could apply and other things that you could factor into that and ask us to undertake a review on that basis. I'll ask Karen or Carol if there's anything further to add to that. Thank you.
Sorry, nothing further to add from that, Sheena. I think the points that you've made within your answer are very relevant, because we would not necessarily go back and do the same thing again and get the same answer again. And the point that was made earlier within the meeting, that some of the parents that we engaged with previously in that particular geographical area may have a different viewpoint now. So I think before we started any work, we would want to have that clearly set out in terms of what would be acceptable parameters for the committee, for us to go away and do that work and then report back on the outcome of that work to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Simpson, followed by Councillor Reid.
Thanks, Convener. I just really had a supplementary question on the finances regarding Abernite School. I note there's a £330,000 upgrade required. Do we have information on the year-on-year costs of preserving the status quo, keeping it wind and watertight and usable, never mind the cost of any improvements or statutory updates?
One for John Beveridge.
We look at the whole building cost, Councillor Simpson. So we've broken it down into 4 key areas, which are priority 1, 2, 3 and 4. And in there we've got building costs. There's elements of building costs, what we need for wind and watertight, and just keeping the building going. Over and above that, we have compliance work, statutory compliance works and regular maintenance works which are carried out as standard, so I can get these costs broken down and sent on if it will be of help.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Simpson?
I think that would be very helpful and helpful to Councillor Anderson, who was concerned about the costs as well. So I think that would be very welcome to get that information.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Thank you, John. Councillor Baird, followed by Councillor Duff.
Thank you very much, Convener. My question was relating to the catchment, so Councillor Forbes asked my question. So thank you very much for allowing me to get in. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Convener. In the School Closure Review Panel decision notice, the panel noted that the Abernite Parent Council had on a number of occasions between 2012 and 2014 raised their concerns about the following school role and sought help from the council. It then goes on to state that it appeared to the panel that the council did not in fact take any steps to address the following school role between 2012 and 2017. Can I ask if were there steps taken during that period to specifically address the following school role, and if so, what they were?
Sheena, I'm not sure who's best.
Sorry, Convener, I beg your pardon. Karen Robertson would be able to answer in relation to that.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Sheena. I think the answer to that, Councillor Duff, is no, and the School Closure Review Panel found that the council hadn't taken any action. The requests that were made to the council at that time by the Parent Council, the response to those requests was that the council was undertaking a wider review of the school estate, and that as part of that wider review there would be an assessment of all schools, including any potential requirements to catchment areas, and that individual requests would not be taken forward at that time on an individual basis, because it had already been identified as part of the transformation project that the review of the school estate would be looked at as a whole. So the answer is no.
Thank you.
I have Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Convener. A somewhat hypothetical question, but not unreasonable. If the school roll were to fall to 0, and bearing in mind that at the moment there are only 4 from the designated catchment area in it at the moment, does the judgment mean that the building would have to be kept going as a community facility?
I don't know who's best to answer that. Is that one for you, Sheena?
That sounds like someone who would have deeper knowledge of perhaps the legislation around that. So I'll ask Karen Robertson if she's aware of the answer to that, and if not, Sarah, Roger, and if not, Councillor Reid, that's something we would need to find out for you.
Okay, so if the situation occurred that the pupil roll at Abernight were to fall to 0, that would obviously be a significant and material change to the school as it currently stands. We would, I suppose, have a couple of options available to us, which we have had in other schools, where if the pupil roll falls to 0, a school may be mothballed for a period of time to see if that's a temporary situation and that the roll may increase again. And on occasions where that has not happened, then the council can look to consider whether it would revisit a decision in relation to retaining that school. And we would be back to, I suppose, the start of the process again if we were to consider not retaining us. So there wouldn't be a requirement for us to hold the school building or use or it to be part of a community facility, but we would need to address that in any proposal to close the school if that were to happen at a future date, including the point of whether the building could be a community facility, but it wouldn't be an automatic requirement if the pupil roll dropped.
And Councillor Reid, I think I'm right in saying, and Karen will correct me if I'm incorrect, that if school is mothballed, then it's mothballed as a school.
Yeah.
And part of being mothballed is about that should the circumstances with the role change, we would need to move swiftly to then reopen, if you like, and re-establish the school and the learning provision.
Yes.
Right. No, it's just that in the letter it says this casts significant doubt as to whether the council has a special regard to the likely effects of the proposed closure on the local community. Now, if there are no children at the school, then obviously that has got a major impact on the local community.
I think it would be fair to say that that statement is in regard to the wider community of Abernight who have used the school for some activities as well, but we would have to consider that if there were any intention for the council not to retain Abernight Primary School as a school at any point in the future, we would have to reconsider that position in terms of a more in-depth assessment than it has been deemed that we undertook in relation to understanding the use and how often the school is used and for what purposes, and work more closely with the communities to try to find a solution for community activities that are not the actual operation of a school.
Yeah, I don't know if I can just come in here as well. I think Karen has covered it, but I think there are different uses of or relevancies of the word community. In terms of the closure legislation, we obviously have to have significant regard to the impact on the community. But I suppose if it's not even an inconsistency, but there's a difference where you have a school where the pupil numbers have fallen to 0. You obviously don't, at that point in time, you're not running it as a school because there are no pupils, but there wouldn't be an obligation to keep that building open for community use where there are no pupils in place. However, if you then proceed to look at the prospect of closing the school permanently through the school closure legislation, at that point you do have to consider really more the long-term impact on the community of losing that building, both as a school in the community, but also as a facility that the community might use. So I suppose there's a difference between what might happen in practice if there are no pupils and the process you have to go through if you're going through a permanent closure. And you need to consider community impact in the longer term there, even if there have not been any pupils at the school for a while and the school hasn't been used by the community because of that, you still have to consider that community impact in the context of a permanent closure.
Thank you for that clarification. Hopefully this is all hypothetical given the ongoing situation at the school. But thank you for those responses. Councillor McDade.
Thank you, Convener. My question is for you, Convener. At section 4.4, it states the competence of legal action is an operational matter determined by council officers, but non-routine court action is not instigated without discussion with the council leader and the relevant convener. So I would like, on behalf of the committee, to ask what your view was when you were consulted on this.
We were, both Councillor Lyle and I were consulted in the terms that Lisa Simpson and Sarah Roger outlined today, that there was internal opinion as outlined by Ms Simpson, and we felt that that was sufficient grounds with the internal, external and case law elsewhere that we were comfortable with taking that action. That the principle was worth, as outlined by Ms Simpson far more eloquently on the legal side of things than I can do, that it was worth pursuing.
So just to be clear, as a supplementary then, so you felt that basically the Perth and Kinross Council taxpayers should pay for a test case to test the law?
We felt that based on the evidence presented to us by officers, based on the previous case studies in other local authorities, based on the legislation as it stood and as it was explained to us by the officers of the council who provide legal advice to us, that it was worth taking the action that they were proposing to take. Obviously there will be a cost attached to that, and we were aware of that, but the costs have been explained by officers this morning. Further questions, Councillor McDade? No. Okay, thank you for that. Are there any? I'm not seeing any further questions in the meeting chat. Nope. So with that, I had alluded to earlier on that there was an additional recommendation that I would like to ask committee to consider adding to the report. I'll ask committee services to do the necessary technical stuff to get that shared with you before I move the paper. So the additional recommendation is that we request the Executive Director to undertake a further review of the catchment area at Abernite Primary School to consider all possible options to build a sustainable role at the earliest opportunity, including looking at the possibility of a nursery. So I will ask if, when I move the paper and just about to do that, that be considered as part of the additional recommendations. Thank you. I'll see it on the screen. So in moving the report, councillors, I'd like to thank the Executive Director and officers for preparing this very detailed report. The report clearly lays out the decision-making process and the rationale surrounding the school estate review and the decisions related to Abernite Primary School. From the outset, I have been involved in decisions around the school estates review process agreed back in the last council term in 2016. I served as a member of Lifelong Learning under then councillors Liz Grant and Councillor Bob Band, and in that time, as I've articulated before, I saw two schools in my ward close at Bridge of Cally, Stone of Cally Primary School and at Straloch. As with Abernite, these schools had pupils in them at the point of closure, so I was very aware of the sensitivity surrounding the proposals that we were considering. Today, this committee have the opportunity for all elected members to consider in simple terms the who, when, what and why outlined within the report, and to scrutinise the process followed by officers' decision taken and the outcomes. I've also specifically asked that the recommendation was included to agree that the paper goes on to the scrutiny committee for further consideration. One other important consideration is that of a possible catchment review. I recall discussions with then Councillor Mac Roberts back in the 2012 to 2016 period when the Parent Council were requesting this was carried out, and I've asked officers to look at the programme of works to agree a timetable and to discuss with the Abernite Parent Council various options and topics of discussion that we might have with parents and carers within the wider community to establish if a sustainable role can be established through a formal review of the catchment, and alongside that, as we have done in other communities, to look at whether a provision of nursery accommodation might make a difference to creating that sustainable role. I would acknowledge at this stage that we would be undertaking this work against a backdrop of COVID-19 and the challenges that this presents in not allowing face-to-face public meetings at this time. It will call on the creativity of our officers and working with the community to find ways to safely achieve this, but I don't think any of that is insurmountable. The paper before us and the recommendations contained within it, and the additional one, allow us to move forward with the Abernite school community in a practical way and to continue our focus on meeting our ambitions to deliver a sustainable school estate, the best educational provision we can, whilst delivering best value and achieving our goals of providing the very best education we can, as outlined in the other papers that you've considered this morning. I wish the pupils, staff and parents of Abernite best wishes for the future and commit that our administration will seek to work with the community to deliver the very best for them, as indeed we seek to do for all children and young people across Perth and Kinross. I ask the Vice Convener if you'll second that.
Convener, I very much welcome this comprehensive report on the decisions taken pertaining to Abernite Primary School and the details surrounding the subsequent judicial review and school closure review panel procedures. The School Estate Review has its roots in a strategy agreed back in 2012, which aimed to ensure that the school estate was developed and managed in an efficient and effective way. The provision of education is a vital statutory duty of a local authority, and it is equally important that the estate is regularly reviewed to ensure the most efficient and effective use of this significant but finite resource, which is at the Council's disposal, and to deliver better outcomes for young people. When the Securing the Future of the School Estate report came before the Lifelong Learning Committee back in 2016, a set of criteria was agreed to assist in identifying those parts of the estate which may not have been performing as efficiently and effectively as was needed. The committee also recognised that there were a number of options which might help to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of a school and its building, but that ultimately rationalisation through closure, as it was termed in the report, may be the result. Among the criteria specified in the 2016 for inclusion in the review process was the occupancy rate of less than 60%, and with just 8 pupils and an occupancy rate of 18% at that time, Abernite Primary School was included in the list of schools for review. Of course, the school roll hadn't always been in that state. In the years leading up to 2010, the roll had generally been hovering around the 50% of capacity mark. Then in 2011, it dropped to around a third and continued to fall, sitting at just 5 pupils or 11% in 2017. The School Closure Review Panel noted that the Parent Council had raised its concerns about the falling school roll on a number of occasions between 2012 and 2014, and remarked in its report that it appeared to the panel that no steps were taken to address the problem, as we've heard with the school roll between 2012 and 2017. The apparent lack of this action at a time when it may have been easier to remedy falling pupil numbers was a key finding of the School Closure Review Panel and must surely be regretted somewhat belatedly now. The Council unreservedly accepts the findings of the Judicial Review and the School Closure Review Panel, and the report provides a detailed explanation of the lengths the Council went to in terms of scrutinising its own procedures, bringing in an external expert to review the process and conducting reviews of other local authority school closure proposals. Neither of these at the time recognising the procedural issues which were later to be raised through judicial review and the School Closure Review Panel. Indeed, the call-in notice was totally unexpected, leading the Council to question the inconsistent approach by Scottish ministers who hadn't sought to question any of the details contained in the closure proposals, as had been its practice on each occasion previously. This inconsistency and the reasons stated for the call-in were considered by a number of separate legal minds before the decision to go to judicial review was taken. internally by the Council's own legal services, externally by another legal firm, separately by a QC, all agreeing that they believed there were matters here which could only be considered through judicial review. This was subsequently confirmed by the initial judicial review judge who allowed the petition to proceed. In the end, the judicial review and the school closure review panel did point out on this occasion significant failings in the information provided to this committee for consideration, and while that was entirely unintentional, it is still a matter to be greatly regretted, and I'm sure that the Council will take on board the lessons of this situation. Both bodies did, however, clarify a number of issues in relation to school closure proposals, which have future implications not just for Perth and Kinross Council, but for every Scottish local authority. These will require changes to the statutory guidance and the procedural templates and the content and format of proposal papers being submitted by all local authorities on these matters in the future. Convener, I welcome the proposal by this administration to bring forward the catchment review at an early juncture and to add the option of exploring nursery provision within Abernight. I'm sure that will also be welcome news to the community. I'd like to finish by acknowledging the valiant efforts of the Parent Council in its fight to keep Abernight Primary School open, and wish the school, the parents, the pupils and the new head teacher and staff every good wish for the future. I'm happy to second the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Quite a few councillors in the chat box, so the first comment is Councillor McDade.
Thank you, Convener, and I welcome your proposed U-turn, and I would hope you would incorporate some minor wording changes in that without my needing to move an amendment for them. I would also like to thank the Executive Director for preparing the report at the request of myself and fellow opposition councillors when the Council was in emergency powers. I appreciate the additional pressures this has put on her team during COVID-19 and express my thanks to them for expediting it, given the importance of it. It is very disappointing, however, that it has taken a call-in by the Scottish Government, a ruling of the Court of Session, and a decision of the School Closure Review Panel to reach the position where the future of Abernight Primary School is secure from closure. The decision of the Government, the Court and the Review Panel indicate that the opposition to vindicate the opposition to closure by members of the committee who did oppose the closure at the time on the grounds identified by the Government and the panel, and the process has cost the public an enormous amount of money that I think most Perth and Kinross Council taxpayers would rather have seen spent on improving services for young people. It has been an extraordinary waste of money by the Conservative and then the Dem administration, and I'm pleased that Councillor McCall, as the convener of the Scrutiny Committee, has agreed to the request by opposition members for a full investigation into this matter. There cannot be any pretence that there was not a significant failing here. There was. I would like to make again the call I've made previously to this administration to end its campaign of rural school closures, instead focus on making them stronger, and I welcome your proposal today to do that with this school convener, and I hope that you will do that with the remaining schools in the school estate review. The community of Abernight have finally had the sword Damocles removed from the future of their school, and the Parent Council must be commended for their work over the past years to save their school, and they have achieved that despite all of the significant obstacles put in their way. I hope the administration will now join the Independent Scottish Labour Group and the SNP Group in trying to find long-term sustainable futures for all of our rural schools, in particular with Abernight. As I say, I welcome your decision today to propose a catchment review and a proposal to explore a nursery. And as I say, I would like a couple of minor wording tweaks in your proposed motion, which would expedite those. So along the lines of, at the earliest possible opportunity in relation to catchment review, and looking at exploring a nursery proposal provision from August 2021.
Might we have a brief recess so I can have the opportunity to discuss the practicalities of that with officers?
Yeah, no problem.
5 minutes probably be enough.
Yeah. Convener, can I ask a practical question, please?
Yep.
If we're having a recess to chat, is there a room set up where I can meet with colleagues on the SNP group and possibly even Councillor McDade as well? I don't know what the practicalities of that are.
I'm not sure, but that's why I was hoping I'd get some instruction from officers with the practicalities of all of this. It's not as easy as at 2 High Street, that's for sure.
No, I fully appreciate that.
Right, Chris has come to the rescue, saying that he can assist anyone wanting to do this.
That would be great, certainly for my 4 SNP colleagues, and Councillors Purvis and McDade would be very welcome to join us as well if they're minded to do so, and indeed Councillor Simpson if he's minded to do so. So
Chris, do we have to leave this meeting and then come back to it?
No, as we go into recess, if I can ask everyone to mute their microphones, we will go into recess, and Councillor Rebecca, I will get in touch with you first, and if you can then instruct me on who you would like to come in. Anyone else who's looking to do something similar, could you also either just message me directly and I'll come back here and monitor the chat. So Councillor Rebecca, we'll get you sorted first and then I'll come back.
I really appreciate that, thank you.
Convener, can I suggest that it's realistically going to take at least 10 minutes, maybe 15, to go out of Thames into other ones and come back out again?
Convener, your mic's on mute.
12:45, just to make sure everyone's got time to get out and get back in and whatever. Can that be, Audrey, can that be relayed to the others?
Yes.
Thank you.
Apologies, convener.
We in the small group, John?
Aye, folks.
Councillors, just a reminder, we are still live and we are still in recess for another few minutes.
Obliged for that clarity, Chris. Thank you.
How you doing, John? Thanks, Crawford. How are you? Unmuting. All set for the new.
Councillors, can I just remind everyone we are still live, and could you please keep your microphones muted during this time, please?
Cheers.
Is there a member of Legal and Governance Services who could answer a procedural question?
Xander, I would agree. I think we need someone from Legal and Governance for advice.
Okay, thanks, Chris. That's Chris saying that everybody's back into the meeting. Apologies that took longer than we had thought, but it was important to get it right. So I'm just my screen back on. So after consideration and discussion with officers, we've got some amended wording to the moved motion. I'll get Christine to put that up on the screen, please. Or Audrey.
Apologies, I'm not sure that I've got it.
Christina?
I have sent it in the chat to you, Audrey. It should be in their chat. I'm happy to read out what the revised motion is, if that would assist.
Right, in the absence of it in any other format, that's fine, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so the motion is notes and comments on the content of the report, approves the steps in relation to the review of Phase 2 and Phase 3 of the Securing the Future of the School Estates Review, and notes the matter will be considered by the Scrutiny Committee. The revised motion, or the revised recommendation now reads, requests the Executive Director to bring back a scoping report for approval to November Lifelong Learning Committee, which will outline all possible options for a catchment review to build a sustainable role at the earliest opportunity, including looking at the possibility of a nursery.
Councillor McDade, you put forward your your views on that. Can I ask if you would be content with that?
I'm broadly content with that. If we could get the inclusion of August 2021 as the target date for potential establishment of a nursery, I'd be very grateful.
I think if I ask Sheena if she would like to come in here just to talk through what we were discussing in the breakout room about the work stream that would be around the scoping report.
Councillor McDade, some of the discussion that we had was about the desire to bring back a scoping report in November, and then at the point in November put in a date rather than put in a date now, because what we would want is to have all possibilities and principles explored, debated, and then approved in some order by the committee. And there, at that point, we would have a much clearer idea about the scale and scope of all the work. And then if it was about the establishment of a nursery by August 2021, that would be a date we'd be able to apply in November. I think given all the circumstances around here, we would want to be clear that the scale and scope and, as I say, and principles of any review and around the establishment of the nursery were fully explored in detail by the committee, and that there was approval for all of that before we proceeded.
Councillor McDade.
Yeah, given the Executive Director's answer, I'm content that it is achievable within the terms of bringing a scoping report in November to then in November set a date potentially of August 2021, and that the committee will get the opportunity again to set a date at that point. So I'm content with that based on the Executive Director's answer.
Thank you, Councillor McDade. I think it's important that we get the process, that we've got something, a report that we can consider and make sure that there's not any that's the text up in front of you now, that we get it right in relation to the specific circumstances of Abernite and its surrounding feeders, catchment schools elsewhere nearby. Okay, so if we're content to accept that now as the amended moved report, we move on to comments. I've just the chat's moved up the screen, so I've got Councillor McDade, did you have any further comment that you wanted to make?
I'd just like to thank you, Convener, for incorporating those changes and for taking the new approach. I think this is helpful for us to have unanimity in the committee in terms of how to approach the future of Abernite. I think it is important that we look at a catchment review now where parents might now have confidence that the school is not subject to closure for the next 5 years, and that a nursery may well give it a sustainable future. I'm again disappointed that it's taken us all of the process that it has, but I am pleased that we are now in a place where we are able to move forward, hopefully with unanimity across the committee and across all political groups on the council.
Thank you, Councillor McDade. Further comments I've got from Councillor Rebick, followed by Councillor Anderson. Then I had Councillor Pover, Councillor Purvis and Councillor McEwen. So if anyone else wants to comment, can they put C up in the chat? So Councillor Rebick.
Thank you, Convener. And first of all, and importantly, I'm delighted that Abernite Primary School now has a future. I'm delighted for Gerard and his parents and the staff and the pupils and the wider community at Abernite. So I'm delighted with that. However, mistakes have been made here and bad decisions have been taken. There has been significant failure on the part of the political administration, not least to the tune of £110,000, and anything else, frankly, is just a smokescreen to that. Lady Wise and the School Closure Review Panel are unequivocal in their findings in this regard and very explicit about it. What are we going to do about it? Well, what the SNP group won't do is indulge in the kind of personal bloodlust and calling for heads that we saw in Holyrood last month, which was very undignified and unbecoming. Regrettably, parliamentary colleagues and members here of this committee lowered themselves to new levels of hypocrisy, which is not shouldn't be happening in politics. It wasn't nice to see, and we want to go there. It is appropriate that SNP group peers are called for it to go to scrutiny. It's been supported by the scrutiny convener, and I welcome that. I think that is the right manner to take things forward so that lessons are learned and we're able to move forward, and that's the way it should be done. Thanks, convener.
Thank you, Councillor Rubbick. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, convener. Yes, some of the comments I made is probably been moved on since. However, I'm just going to stick with what I said because I think it needs to be aired. Firstly, I echo the delight expressed by Councillor Rebick for Abernight, for its pupils, for the pupils' parents, and for the Parent Council, who have done a good job in representing themselves. And to carry on, I'm disappointed in the paper. The chronology and the implications are welcomed. However, the admission of getting this closure wrong has not been well articulated. I would have expected an apology to both parents and pupils for the stress and uncertainty this flawed review has caused, and I hope the convener and vice convener will take the opportunity to correct this as soon as possible. Transparency on financial matters. I recall that questions on this part of the paper were asked. Sadly, replies were given by council officers that convinced many members that the details given were competent. Clearly, after the review, the panel has found this an unacceptable part of the paper. Both the panel and Lady Wise felt that not enough steps were taken to address the falling school role, and I totally agree with this. This should have been addressed far better than what is done. Also, to refer to the level of evidence described in the proposal in the paper was similar to those set out by other local authorities. We are constantly told that all closures are considered on their individual merits. Therefore, I do not feel these statements at this particular time were particularly relevant. £110,000. We cannot justify this spend on such precarious judicial review when the committee was not unanimous by any means. To get clarification on what level the bar would be required, one has to question why not just pick up the phone and ask the Scottish Government rather than go through a legal process. I would also request that in the future reviews, the guidance of rural schools be linked, if appropriate, linked to the papers, and if not appropriate, an explanation in the papers as to why. Lastly, we do not need to be far apart, but we are not far apart between the motion and the amendment, and the amendment has been adopted. It's such a pity that we had not been in agreement to reject the closure of Abernight. Then we would not be £110,000 down, and the Abernight pupils would not have to have gone through such uncertainty. Thank you, convener.
Councillor Pover.
Thanks very much, convener. I'd just like to take this opportunity to echo Councillor Rebick's comments about the failure of the administration regarding processes of Abernight. And also just to note that the previous catchment review was undertaken while the threat of closure was hanging over the head of potential children going to the school, and hopefully the next catchment review will be much more positive in this regard. And I'd also just like to take the opportunity to again thank the Parent Council for their absolute hard work and tenacity in getting to where we are with Abernight. So thanks very much, convener.
Thank you, Councillor Pover. Councillor Purvis.
Thank you, convener. I'd just like to start with thanking you and officers for bringing forward this matter to the committee, and indeed for putting it forward for consideration at the Scrutiny Committee. I think it's very important that these matters are discussed openly and transparently. I'd also like to thank officers for all their work on the school estate review, and I know that some officers, in particular Carol Taylor, Karen Robertson and Greg Boland, have had an awful lot of work with many different things going on at the same time, so I think it's important that we put that on record. But there are clearly lessons that need to be learnt from the decision of the school closure review panel, and hopefully these things will be incorporated in reports going forward. My main issue here is with the decision to judicially review the call-in decision. I object to the fact that the council and the taxpayer have been required to spend an awful lot amount of money in essentially funding a test case for these changes that officers suggest have taken place. The report seems to, as I've articulated earlier on, be more concerned with defending the decision to judicially review rather than actually setting out the learning from that judicial review. Now, I'm no legal expert, but I think it is very concerning that all of the 3 tests that were needed to be met in order for a judicial review to be successful were not met, not a single one of them. And just to take one example, looking at the legislation, it says that ministers may follow up issues with the Education Authority. Well, my reading of the word may, and I think that's the general reading of the word may, is that it is not a requirement and therefore not a statutory failing for not having done it. So I think there are many concerns that need to be addressed going forward, and I'm not sure that this report, or indeed the answers that we have had today, articulate where the failings were and how we can learn from them. But on the other hand, I don't think it's appropriate for opposition politicians, and including one particular member of Parliament in the Perth and Kinross area, to attack particular councillors for this decision. This was explicitly, notwithstanding the comments that have been made earlier on by the convener, not a decision for councillors to take. And the answers from officers again have reiterated that. It was a decision taken at an operational level, and it is not fair to lay the blame for that decision at particular political representatives. Now, I'm going to make a general point, and while it is informed by the things that have come out in this paper and from these events, it's a more general point of political principle. I personally do not think it is acceptable for unelected individuals to be taking decisions of this nature and on routine legal action. I think that it has significant financial implications in many cases, and these are decisions that should be the purview of elected representatives. I think it is morally wrong for these decisions to be taken by unelected individuals, and I think that in a democracy, these decisions should be taken by elected representatives. Moving forward, and I know that some of the opposition councillors in the SNP have said that it's not fair to raise this issue, but I'm going to raise it again because I think it is really important, which is the failure of the previous administration to, between 2012 and 2014, when the Parent Council repeatedly requested for a school catchment review, they failed to do so. Now, the threat of closure, which has been talked about when the previous catchment review was undertaken. As we know, the school estate review was instigated by the previous SNP administration. That catchment review was only undertaken under a threat of closure because of that decision. Had the SNP, when they had previously been in administration, listened to the calls of the Parent Council, then perhaps we would not be in the situation that we were when we had to consider the decision about Abernight Primary School. So I don't think that's a fair criticism. But as we go forward, I'm very pleased with the additional recommendations that have been included by the convener. I think it's a far more proactive approach that seems to be being taken now that the threat of closure has been removed, and hopefully we can get right what the previous administration failed to do. And I thank the convener for the opportunity to discuss and agree some of these suggestions with me earlier in the week. So in conclusion, I think that it's a very positive additional recommendations to consider the catchment review and indeed look at the option of a nursery going forward. But there are indeed very many lessons that need to be learnt from this for both councillors and indeed the council corporate too. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Purvis. I dare say a number of the points you've raised will be discussed when this goes to the scrutiny committee regarding the kind of council process. I've got Councillor McEwen, followed by Councillor Baird, and then Councillor Forbes.
Thank you, Convener. The chronology of this report made me want to go back to the beginning and see for myself what strategic direction had been set in motion by the Lifelong Learning Committee and how this was received at the time. From the original report in 2012, there was a statement regarding the aspirations for the school estate review. And that was a shared vision for the local government and the Scottish Government and the future of our school estates. It says, our vision is for schools which signal the high value we place on learning, which people and communities can enjoy using and be proud, which are well designed, maintained and managed, and which encourage continuous engagement with learning, which are far more than just educational establishments, whose quality of environment supports an accessible range of services and opportunities which enrich the communities they serve and the lives of learners and families. This strategy was passed unanimously without amendment at both the Estate Subcommittee in 2012 and by this committee in 2016. Some of the councillors who were on that committee back then are actually still members of this council, and some are actually still members of this committee. We had the late Councillor Band, Councillor Baird, Councillor Lane, Councillor Stewart, no sorry, Councillor Stewart, that was incorrect, Councillor Shires, Councillor Simpson and Councillor Wilson. None of them raised amendments to any of these papers brought forward by the late Councillor Band at the time, and seem to now be doing the massive U-turn to say that they didn't like these papers now. And I don't see that the public will buy that. Because somehow in the last 3 years, that strategy vision that I've just described has been lost or misplaced and replaced by a priority by numbers and costs. Because if you listen back to the May 2019 committee, you'll hear question after question about numbers and costs. It's the only decisions that the administration councillors need to make any decisions in this council on. I don't see the strategic vision of enriching communities taken forward by this administration and under this convenership. I do see hard work by dedicated officers, producing complex reports for us at this committee. And when these reports need the added public consultation process to them, it adds to that complexity. It makes it difficult, and I commend them for the papers that they do send to this committee, because they're not easy papers to write, and they're certainly not easy papers to read sometimes. We cannot, however, ignore the outcomes of the report by the School Closure Review Panel this year, and I will touch on one aspect of this as it talks to the original strategic version I've just described. I actually mentioned it earlier in the committee as well. As the school is a rural school, Section 12 of the Act provides that the council must have special regard to the likely effect on the community and consequence of the proposal if implemented. It also states the time of the council to have special regard to the community impact is therefore before the proposal is published. Therefore, there's no sort of democracy, which has been mentioned earlier as well. It is the view of the panel that the conclusion that conclusions that closure of the school would not have a negative impact on the community is no more than a bald assertion that is unsupported by evidence. Mr McGoldrick and councillors on this committee raised questions and comments about the importance of this building to the community in the May 2019 meeting, and the loss of amenity was one of the main reasons an amendment was put forward to this committee that split vote had the school closed. I am glad this decision has been reversed. It's what I voted for in May 2019. I'm also confident this council has a robust governance process through our scrutiny and audit committees. I am confident the opportunity this presents for reflection and learning will be taken by the council, and as an organisation we will be better for it. However, I do not think it is appropriate for the convener and vice convener of this committee to continue in their roles, given what I think are appalling decisions made for them in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McEwen. Councillor Baird, followed by Councillor Forbes.
Thank you very much, convener. Yes, I have been a member of Lifelong Learning Committee as far back as 2012 when these papers were first discussed, and I know at the committee we've had to make some really hard decisions, and especially in my own ward we've had to have school closures, but we've done that with the best intention. It's not always been about money and numbers, it's been about giving quality education for the children. So if I just can turn my comments to Abernight, yes, the parents did ask for some help way back in 2012, And as we know, that parents have the right to choose which school the children want to, which is a good thing for some areas. And I don't think this administration has failed the committee in any way. We've done everything we could to try and support the families and did a catchment review when they requested it. If there are no children in the area, there's not a lot the members of the committee can actually do. And as regards your comments about being remote, there's a difference between a remote school and a rural school, and I do not think that Abernight is classed as a remote rural school. There are other facilities nearby that the community can use if this is the biggest concern, and I think schools are for educating pupils, not only a community asset. It's great if it can be combined, but first of all it's for educating pupils. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baird. Councillor Forbes, followed by Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Convener. As you know, I wasn't intending to make any comment on this, but as some of the discussions that's ongoing, I think need some response to. We've talked a lot about the cost of taking this to the courts, and I think you were absolutely right, Convener, to release the legal advice and the costs. And I think I just wish that some of the other governments in Scotland were so anxious to release legal advice and costs over these kind of matters. There's been a lot of talk about going to scrutiny. I thank you for making it quite clear that it was your intention this goes to scrutiny, and I think that's the appropriate thing to happen after this, because lessons have to be learned, and that's the place for those things to happen. I thought this was a particularly clearly written report. I found it incredibly easy to read. It laid everything out as it happened timeline-wise, and I was impressed with that. The thing that kind of really worries me about this is actually the democracy of it. Now, it seems to me that on one hand, the Scottish Government are telling us that we have to manage our school estate, we have to achieve best value, but then they decide to call these things in and push the decision to somewhere else. And we see this as a fairly familiar pattern with the government. We see it in planning regularly, certainly in my ward we do. And I just want to say this to any elected member that welcomes that kind of intervention from the Scottish Government. You can't ever complain when you get a planning application pulled in for review by the government in your ward, because you either believe in local democracy or you don't. You can't pick and choose over the kind of democracy that you believe in. And I don't think it's appropriate for the Scottish Government to interfere in local decision making. But that's a wider point. It's not really about, that's not specifically about Abernight. I think it's been a difficult time for the pupils and the parents at Abernight, and I'm pleased for them that they set out on a goal to keep their school open, and that's exactly what they've done. I'm really pleased that this has come to a conclusion. We'll see what happens over the coming months and years. The catchment review is welcome to me. We have to look again at how we do that catchment. We clearly can't just ask the same question, so we're going to have to look wider than we looked the last time. I'm grateful for you agreeing to do that, Convener. As you know, this is it's been a very personalised campaign that's been run towards me. I mean, even Councillor Pover popped up to make a criticism of me in the newspapers the other day. So my view is, let's accept the views that accept the decision that's been made. Let's move on with this. Let's do everything that we possibly can to make Abernight a sustainable school for the future. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Forbes. Councillor Reid.
I'm concerned that despite significant and highly qualified legal advice taken by the Council and following a clear process, that the Council were still deemed to have failed. I'm really worried that this is yet another example of badly written legislation by the Scottish Government, and I think that needs to be addressed at some stage.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Are there any? I don't see any further requests to make comment in the box. So with that, it's been quite a lengthy session. Can I ask that we agree the recommendations as altered after the recess and agree the recommendations in the report?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Right, thank you very much, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. That brings us to the end of the meeting. We may be virtually back in November, who knows? But thank you very much for your time, in particular thanks to those who've made sure that all the tech has worked sufficiently. It's been very much appreciated, particularly Chris and Audrey, for keeping us all right. So thank you very much and good afternoon.